Chapter 467. The two of them didn't say anything, but their intentions were clear. They were going to stop him. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. With a plan in mind, Feng Zichen activated the human emperor's seal and covered the surrounding space. What? Shihe and Kuan Peng stared blankly at Feng Zichen's actions. They didn't know what he was trying to do, but then they understood. Feng Zichen pointed at the human emperor's seal, and countless Dao patterns flew out and swept toward the two of them. Oh no! The two of them were shocked when they saw that. The Dao patterns were filled with the power of the void. Even though Shihe and Kuan Peng didn't recognize this Dao pattern, they could guess its function from this point. It should be some kind of great divine ability related to void teleportation. Obviously, Feng Zichen wanted to teleport them somewhere else. That wouldn't do. Without the restraint of the human race, Feng Zichen would turn the world upside down. The two of them might not be able to defeat Feng Zichen. Understanding this, the two of them didn't dare to let the Dao pattern of the void get close to them. They immediately used their divine abilities. One of them surged with moonlight, while the other surged with the power of Feng Shui. They disrupted the surrounding void and tried to force the Dao pattern away. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen was too fast, and the human emperor's seal was powerful enough. The Dao pattern of the void directly ignored the two of them and enveloped them. Haha! Come with me, fellow Daoists. With a laugh, Feng Zichen activated the human emperor's seal and pulled the surrounding void, as well as Shihe and Kuan Peng. They performed a great teleportation and arrived in the boundless starry sky. Fellow Daoist Kuan Peng, don't you want to experience my divine ability? As you wish. As soon as they arrived in the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen didn't give the two of them time to react. He stretched out his right hand and took out the million sword illustration and shook it. In an instant, countless sword lights shot out and drowned the Kuan Peng ancestor like an ocean. At the same time, Feng Zichen pointed at Shihe, and the human path furnace suddenly appeared and covered her head. How dare you! Shihe and Kuan Peng were both furious at the sudden attack. Shihe raised her hand, and two wheels, one gold and one silver, rose from her body. They activated the power of the sun and the moon and pushed away the furnace of the human path. It was a connate spiritual treasure, the sun-moon wheel. It was a rare combined Dharma treasure in the untainted land. According to legend, when Dijun and Shihe got married, the sun star and the moon star shook together, and a primordial spiritual treasure emerged from each of them. They were the sun wheel and the moon wheel. When the two connate numinous treasures were separated, they were only superior grade connate numinous treasures. However, if they were combined, they would be a supreme grade connate numinous treasure that was extremely powerful and could manifest connate yin and yang. As a celestial emperor, Dijun had no lack of connate spirit treasures. Therefore, he gave this supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure to Shihe to protect herself. Shihe was not rich. After all, before him, the lunar star already had a moon god. Most of the connate spiritual treasures nurtured on it became Wang Shu's possessions. There were not many left for Shihe. Now, Shihe was using the supreme grade connate spiritual treasure, the sun-moon wheel. The power of the sun and the moon rolled out, manifesting the mystery of yin and yang, and defeated the human path furnace. Although the human path furnace was extraordinary and contained part of the true meaning of the great Tao, it was only a superior grade connate spiritual treasure. Compared to the sun-moon wheel, it was still one grade lower. How could it be a match for it? It was normal for it to be forced to retreat. On the other side, Kuan Peng saw the sword light surging over like a tide. He did not dare to be careless and hurriedly showed his Dharma body. He turned into a huge golden-winged giant peng bird. He spread his feathers and emitted billions of golden light, colliding with the sword light. Kuan Peng's strength was extremely powerful, but his luck was not good. He had been in the world for many years and did not have a suitable connate spiritual treasure. However, nothing was absolute. Without a powerful connate spiritual treasure, Kuan Peng ancestor focused more on developing his own potential. Kuan Peng was a rare species in the untainted land. He had one soul and two bodies. He was the embodiment of endless creation and endless potential. After many years of development, his physical body was no weaker than a connate spiritual treasure. His supernatural power was even more exquisite. He was about to reach the limit of supernatural power. Everyone thought that Kunpeng's luck was not good and he could not get a connate spiritual treasure, but that might not be the case. With his status, was it difficult to get a connate spiritual treasure? It was not difficult. It was not difficult at all. If he went to the demon clan's treasury to take a few connate spiritual treasures, would Di Jun disagree? He did not take it because he did not need it. It was said that supernatural powers were no match for fate. But Kunpeng did not believe it. He wanted to use supernatural powers to reverse fate. Connate spiritual treasures would only make him dependent, so he did not want them. This was the boldness that a great supernatural power should have. After many years of polishing by Kunpeng, his feathers were no weaker than superior-grade connate spiritual treasures in terms of power. Feng Zichen's casual attack certainly could not hurt him. Kill. After repelling Feng Zichen's attack, the two joined forces to attack him. Kunpeng showed a huge Dharma body and fought with Feng Zichen in close combat. Every attack seemed to be made by nature, connecting heaven and earth, and containing the supreme mystery of Tao. He activated the sun and moon will from afar, drawing the power of the sun star and the moon star, deducing the power of yin and yang and blasting toward Feng Zichen. The two of them fought in close combat and attacked from afar. They had a clear division of labor and worked together to kill Feng Zichen. They intended to keep Feng Zichen in the boundless starry sky forever. What about Feng Zichen? Facing the siege of the two top great supernatural powers of the primordial world, he did not panic at all. Instead, he seemed a little excited. Good timing. I haven't fought with anyone since I became the great Taoist priests. I can use you to practice and test my strength. Seeing the two of them coming, Feng Zichen said calmly. Then, he threw the million sword illustration in his hand, and it turned into a vast sword realm in the air. It pulled Shihe and the sun and moon will into it and fought with them. Then, he showed Pangu's Tao body and turned into the same size as Kunpeng, and they fought hand to hand. Over the years, Feng Zichen fought with the shadows of the chaos demon god day and night. He felt that his mastery of the great path was getting deeper and deeper, and his strength had increased by more than a few times. However, he did not have a clear understanding of his strength because no one had fought with him. Now, fighting with the Kunpeng would definitely allow him to have a clearer understanding of his own strength. Boom! Just like that, the three of them fought in the boundless starry sky. 1 against 2. Feng Zichen was still not at a disadvantage. As Feng Zichen, Kunpeng, and the others left, the sealed spacetime in the human tribe's territory was unsealed. What happened? On the immortal dragon city, a group of human masters looked in front of them blankly. They had no idea what had happened. In their memory, a moment ago, the chaos formation was suddenly activated, and then a terrifying light beam broke through the air and shattered the chaos light screen. Then, 5,000 demon clan elites appeared, and they were terrified. But suddenly, extremely suddenly, 4,000 of the 5,000 demon clan elites were killed, and the rest were all injured. Strange, extremely strange. What happened just now? With the weak cultivation of the human masters, of course, they did not know the danger just now. They were almost killed by Kunpeng several times. This was the tragedy of not being able to become Daoist Jingxian. If a sage-to-be wanted to kill them, they could not even find out, let alone resist. They did not even know how they died. Of course, while the human masters were confused, the demon clan elites were even more confused. How did less than 1,000 of the 5,000 die out of nowhere? However, the demon clan had a strong foundation. After a while, the remaining demon clan members understood what had happened. There was an 80% chance that there was a force stronger than Daoist Jingxian who wanted to kill them. As for why they were not dead, it should be because the powerful demon clan figures stopped them. Cough, cough. Gather the troops. After a few light coughs, a demon clan deputy general who was lucky enough to survive struggled to his feet and gave the order. Why was he the one who gave the order? Because the leading demon general and his deputy general were all killed by Feng Zichen with one seal. Among the surviving demon clan members, he had the highest status. Everyone, the Lord ordered us to destroy the human race. But before we could do anything, there was a sudden accident and we lost more than 80% of our men. The soldiers who are still alive are all injured. So, do we still continue to attack the human race? After counting the losses, the demon clan deputy general said with a heavy expression. The losses were too great. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had lost less than 100% of their strength. Of course, it was easy for 5,000 elites to destroy the human race. But it was not certain if 1,000 injured people could destroy the human race. Therefore, the deputy general hesitated. He did not know if he should continue to attack the human race or return to the heavenly court to recuperate. Fight, of course we fight. The demon god paid a huge price to send us here. If we retreat to the heavenly court before we do anything, the demon god will not let us go so easily. Moreover, the human race is just a post-celestial race. Even if we are injured and have less than 100% of our strength left, we can still destroy them. As soon as the deputy general finished speaking, the demon clan soldiers immediately rejected him. Hundreds of demon gods worked together to send them here, not for them to play. If they returned without any results, they would be courting death. Therefore, no matter what, they had to fight the human race. It did not matter whether they won or not, the most important thing was to let the Lord see that they tried their best. All right then. Everyone, charge with me. The deputy general clearly understood this. Seeing that no one had any objections, he gathered his men and charged toward the Immortal Dragon City. Immortal Dragon City. After such a huge commotion, the human experts clearly saw the demon clan elites charging toward them. They were shocked and angry. They were shocked because when did the demon clan elites arrive? They were angry because this group of demon clan elites was looking down on them too much. They dared to attack the human race with just over 800 people, and they were all injured. How little respect did he have for them? No one could stand this. Damn it, the demon clan is too much. We can be killed but not humiliated. Today, even if we have to give up our lives, we must kill all these demon clan elites. Seeing the demon clan army charging toward them, the human experts' eyes turned red. They wanted nothing more than to skin them alive. Chapter 468. Set up the formation. In front of the Immortal Dragon City, the demon elites unleashed their powers and connected with the Zhousing formation, drawing in the power of the Zhousing formation. Suddenly, the shadows of 36 ancient stars appeared in the sky above the demon clan elites. 36 Big Dipper stars. This was the Big Dipper formation. The demon race had mastered the Zhousing formation for many years. Naturally, they couldn't have created just one Zhousing formation. Of course, there were many other formations related to the stars. For example, the Big Dipper formation, Big Dipper formation, Big Dipper formation, Big Dipper formation, and so on. The demon elites were naturally not comparable to the demon cannon fodder. They were the direct descendants of the demon race. They were better equipped and the formations they mastered were more powerful. The Big Dipper formation was the formation they mastered. It could borrow the power of the 36 Big Dipper stars to fight against the enemy. Originally, the Big Dipper formation set up by the 5,000 demon elites could trap even Daoist Jingxian. Wasn't it easy to destroy the human race? But now, only about 800 of the 5,000 demon clan elites were left, and all of them were injured. The Heavenly Dipper formation was much weaker than before, and they were not sure if they could defeat the human clan. Activate the Big Dipper formation. We must kill all these demons. The human race roared angrily when they saw the demon race activating the formation. Boom! A cloud of chaotic energy appeared. Then, it divided into yin and yang, the 3 powers, the 4 divisions, and the 5 elements. It enveloped the Immortal Dragon City. Kill. Without any hesitation, the two sides used their strongest attacks. Buzz. The 36 Big Dipper stars trembled and transformed into 36 giant silhouettes of gods. They charged towards the immortal dragon city in an attempt to break through the human race's first line of defense. The Big Dipper formation shook at the same time. Streams of connate chi whizzed out like a heavenly river bursting its banks. It was vast and unpredictable and swept towards the 36 gods. Chaos could melt everything. The torrent of connate chi inherited the characteristics of chaos. It had the ability to melt everything. After drowning the 36 gods, it began to wear down their power. However, these 36 star gods were connected to the Big Dipper stars in the sky. No matter how much power the Big Dipper formation wore down, they could still replenish it from the Big Dipper star. Furthermore, with just the strength of the 36 star gods, they would not be able to break free from the great primal chaos formation. As a result, the two formations were in a stalemate. Kill. Kill all these demons and the Big Dipper formation will collapse on its own. On top of the dragon city, the group of human experts had ferocious looks in their eyes. They activated the immortal dragon city while controlling the indestructible dragon's soul to charge at the demon race elites. A great battle broke out. While the humans and demons were fighting, the battle between Feng Zichen and Kuan-Peng Shi was getting more and more intense. Haha. Fellow Kuan-Peng, I really don't know where your courage comes from. You actually dare to fight me in close combat. You are simply courting death. Even the ancestral sorcerer wouldn't dare to compete with me in terms of physical strength in the same realm, let alone you. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen sent ancestor Kuan-Peng flying with a punch as he laughed loudly. He was not joking. He had used Zhouxing to reverse Pangu's Dao body and had achieved great success. The strength of his physical body was not much weaker than that of the ancestral sorcerer of the same realm. After that, he obtained the Pangu meridian diagram that the Magi had evolved from the primordial world map from the Magi. In this way, by comparing the two, Feng Zichen had corrected his previous mistakes and his physical body had been further strengthened. Even the ancestral sorcerer had to admit that at his cultivation level, his physical body was weaker than his. Kuan-Peng was simply courting death by competing with Feng Zichen in terms of physical strength. Boasting. Of course, Kuan-Peng did not believe what Feng Zichen said. If he said that his physical body was as strong as the ancestral sorcerer's, Kuan-Peng would believe him. But was it not a joke to say that he was stronger than the ancestral sorcerer? The ancestral sorcerer's physical body was known to be the strongest in the primal chaos. That was recognized by everyone. It was not just because you said you were stronger than him. Why? You don't believe me? Seeing that Kuan-Peng did not believe him, Feng Zichen had a strange look on his face. He flashed and came in front of him. Without saying a word, he threw out a group of punches. This punch contained the insights of Feng Zichen and the shadow of the chaos-fiend god that had fought for countless years. The supernatural powers were refined into the flesh and blood. Every move, every drop of blood, and every strand of hair were all supernatural powers with irresistible power. Kuan-Peng raised his claws to meet it. Boom! The punch and the claw collided. With a crack, Kuan-Peng's claw was broken by Feng Zichen's punch. After the punch, Feng Zichen did not stop. Instead, he took another step forward and came to Kuan-Peng's side. He grabbed his wings and pulled them with all his might. Hiss! With a hiss, Kuan-Peng's wings were directly torn off by Feng Zichen. However, Kuan-Peng was also extraordinary. He endured the pain on his body and used an uninjured claw to grab Feng Zichen. Bang! The giant claw hit Feng Zichen's body with a bang, but it did not cause him any harm. My friend, is that all you have? You can only scratch my itch. With a smile, Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and grabbed Kuan-Peng's uninjured claw. With a strong twist, he broke it. Then, Feng Zichen formed a fist seal with his hands. A majestic aura rose from his body, and Pangu's shadow appeared behind him, setting off his great figure. Die! Feng Zichen raised his fist and was about to release Kunpeng. But at this moment, Shihi drove the sun and moon will to break through the million-sword picture and kill him. Troublesome. Frowning, Feng Zichen whispered. He withdrew his fist, took out Zichen's sword, and threw it toward the million-sword picture in the distance. Buzz! Zichen's sword fell into the million-sword picture and merged with it. Suddenly, the power of the million-sword picture skyrocketed. The shadows of the divine sword seemed to have condensed into substance, shining with amazing sharpness. They pulled Shihi, who had just broken out of the million-sword picture, back in. Just as Feng Zichen was dealing with Shihi, Kunpeng ancestor seized the opportunity. His body shook and turned into a giant Kun fish, breaking free from Feng Zichen's hands. The Kun fish roamed the sea of stars, and it was difficult to catch it again. My friend's body is far stronger than Poor Wei's. Next, Poor Wei will ask for your advice with divine power. Kunpeng ancestor pulled away from Feng Zichen and said with an ugly face. In this close combat, he was completely crushed by Feng Zichen. He lost miserably. Oh. I heard that you are a master of divine power. Then I'll have to learn from you. Kunpeng was obviously going to show his true ability. Even Feng Zichen could not help but be a little cautious. The power of a great divine power who intended to use divine power to fight against the heavens was definitely terrifying. Devour the heavens and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge vortex appeared above Kunpeng's head. As soon as this vortex appeared, it emitted an aura that could swallow everything. Everything around Kunpeng was immediately swallowed by it. Even the starlight was distorted and turned into streams of light that were sucked into it. In an instant, Feng Zichen felt a huge suction force that tried to suck him into the vortex. Feng Zichen's face changed. His body suddenly turned illusory and merged with the void around him. This was one of the 36 great divine powers of the celestial constellation, standing without shadow. It could be placed in the void. It was a supreme divine power that used the Tao of space. But unfortunately, this method was useless. After Feng Zichen placed himself in the void, the suction force did not disappear. Even the void that he placed himself in was pulled into the vortex. Then, Feng Zichen used the flying body trace to escape outside of time and space. But he could not get rid of the suction force. Obviously, Kunpeng's divine power had been refined to the point that it could even devour the void. My friend's divine power is really amazing. After praising, Feng Zichen immediately used the reversal of yin and yang, a supreme divine power. In an instant, heaven and earth were out of order. The sun and moon were out of order. Yin and yang were reversed. The secrets of heaven were completely chaotic. Feng Zichen's aura completely disappeared. He was clearly standing there, but there was no aura at all. It was as if he did not exist. The suction force passed through him, but it could not shake him at all. My friend, you must have cultivated the celestial constellation 36 transformations to an extremely high level. Otherwise, you would not have escaped the divine power of the Poor Wei. Kunpeng could not help but be amazed when he thought of how Feng Zichen had used several great divine powers in the blink of an eye. The celestial constellation 36 transformations was personally organized and compiled by the Tao ancestor. It was the general outline of the celestial sect's divine powers. There were many cultivators in the primordial world, but there were not many who had cultivated to the level of Feng Zichen. It was because it was too difficult. The 36 supreme divine powers represented 36 types of connate Tao. How could they be so easy to comprehend? Feng Zichen could cultivate it because of Hongmeng Daozhong. Others did not have the same treatment. My little tricks can't compare to yours, fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist Guan's divine power is quite similar to the northern underworld's ultimate void. Did you create it from observing the ultimate void? That aura of devouring the heavens and earth was very similar to the ultimate void. As the future master of the ultimate void, Feng Zichen could not be wrong. Kunpeng was born from the origin of connate Feng Shui. However, he did not cultivate the connate Feng Shui Tao, but the Tao of devouring. Who would believe that it had nothing to do with the ultimate void? After all, the ultimate void was in the northern underworld. As the master of the northern underworld, Feng Zichen did not believe that Kunpeng would not take a look at such a dangerous thing in his home. Fellow Daoist, you have good eyesight. This divine power was indeed created by the Poor Way's ultimate void. Now, this is the first time it has appeared in the primordial world. I wanted to amaze everyone, but I did not expect to be thwarted by you. Seriously, Kunpeng looked at Feng Zichen and said with a constipated expression. This divine power was originally used by him to deal with Di Jun and Tai Yi, but now it was forced out by Feng Zichen and did not have any effect. Of course, he was extremely upset. Fellow Daoist, I've already seen your divine power. Next, it's time for you to see my divine power. After flattering Kunpeng for a while, Feng Zichen's face suddenly turned cold. He formed a seal with both hands and attacked Kunpeng. Clang! The great Dao furnace suddenly appeared and covered Kunpeng's head. Chapter 469. What kind of divine power is this? Seeing the great path furnace, Kunpeng was shocked. He had never seen such a divine power before. He didn't recognize the Dao patterns on it at all. He couldn't understand them at all. It was simply unheard of. However, the aura emitted by that tattoo was so vast and so deep that people couldn't help but be addicted. The truth it contained was even more vast than the heavenly path. This was a power that was above the heavenly path. Wasn't it? The great path was above the heavenly path. Feng Zichen's great divine power was not weak. It was his strongest divine power apart from the heaven-splitting inheritance. He was confident that he could kill a mighty figure at the early stage of Sage-to-Be with this attack. However, Kunpeng didn't resist such an attack. Instead, he chuckled. Hee hee. Fellow Daoist Zichen, no matter how strong your divine power is, what's the use if you can't hit the Poor Way? Patriarch Kunpeng's body swayed and disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already outside the endless void. Jianghu's speed was the fastest in the untainted land, but Kunpeng's speed wasn't bad either. Dodge? Can you dodge? You know nothing about the power of the Great Path. Looking at Patriarch Kunpeng, Feng Zichen's eyes were very calm. He didn't take his words seriously. How could a Great Path divine power be so easy to dodge? The Great Path furnace rushed over, ignoring space and distance. No matter how Kunpeng dodged, he couldn't get rid of it. In his horrified eyes, the attack landed squarely on his body. Boom! In the explosion, Patriarch Kunpeng's body was directly blown up by the Great Path furnace. Of course, the Great Path furnace also shattered. The power to refine all things didn't have time to manifest. Otherwise, Kunpeng would have lost a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Alas! My understanding of the Great Path is still not deep enough. Looking at the broken Great Path furnace, Feng Zichen sighed. If he could imprint more demonic imprints on the body of the Great Path furnace, then this attack would not be as simple as the destruction of the Kunpeng's physical body. His shattered flesh and blood would definitely be absorbed and refined by the furnace of the Great Path. In this way, even if the Kunpeng could escape from the Great Dao furnace, its vitality would be greatly damaged. In the distance, bloody light flickered, covering the boundless starry sky. It was incomparably resplendent, even more resplendent than some stars. It was the broken body of the Kunpeng. A whirlpool quietly appeared and swallowed the flesh and blood. Then, Ancestor Kunpeng walked out with a pale face. At their level, they were already immortal and indestructible. Not to mention the shattering of their physical bodies, even the shattering of their primordial spirits and indestructible true spirits would not take their lives. However, not dying didn't mean that he wouldn't be injured. Looking at Ancestor Kunpeng's pale face, one could tell that he was heavily injured, but this was not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was the power of the Great Path that was left in his body when the furnace of the Great Path shattered. If this power was not removed in time, it would continue to destroy his physical body and even his true spirit, thus affecting his strength. Of course, if the Kunpeng could get rid of it, it would also gain some benefits. After all, that was the power of the Great Path. Its essence was extremely high, and it could give him a lot of inspiration. This was the disadvantage of not cultivating a Great Path divine power. If he could not kill with one blow, a good battle would very likely evolve into giving opportunities to the enemy. Fellow Daoist Zichen's divine power is really mysterious, far beyond the poor Wei's imagination. If you and I were not enemies, the poor Wei would definitely ask you for advice. After recovering his body, Ancestor Kunpeng looked at Feng Zichen with a complicated expression. He wanted to learn this divine power. He also wanted to know the meaning of the Tao patterns inscribed on the divine power. However, Feng Zichen would never tell him. Because they were enemies. However, the Kunpeng still wanted to learn. For a person who focused on divine power, Feng Zichen's unknown and powerful divine power was like a pervert seeing a beauty. It deeply attracted him, making him unable to stop. Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, do you still want to continue fighting? Feng Zichen looked at the Kunpeng with some amusement and said. This kind of trump card was the foundation of his standing. How could he easily tell others about it? Not to mention that the two of them were enemies, he could not even tell friends. Only when they were close friends could they communicate with each other. No more fighting, no more fighting. Fellow Daoist strength is unfathomable. The poor Wei is far from your match. However, fellow Daoist Zichen, choosing the boundless starry sky as the battlefield is your biggest mistake. Suppressing the desire for knowledge in his heart, Ancestor Kunpeng said with a smile. What? Hearing this, Feng Zichen was a little surprised. But soon, he understood what Ancestor Kunpeng meant. Do it. With Ancestor Kunpeng's order, the Zhouxing floating in the boundless void suddenly shone brightly. Powerful demon gods walked out with the heavenly cycle star banner in their hands and silently looked at Feng Zichen. In an instant, Feng Zichen was enveloped by the starlight. The heavenly cycle star formation. Looking at the formation that looked like a star formation around him, how could Feng Zichen not know that it was the demon clan's formation that trapped him, the heavenly cycle star formation? Of course, this was not the complete heavenly cycle star formation. Now that Di Jun and Fuxi were not around, the sun star was unguarded, and the Zhouxing had lost 9 stars. With the current strength of the demon clan, it was impossible to set up a complete heavenly cycle star formation. That's right. This formation is the demon clan's formation, the Zhouxing formation. At this moment, Shiha's voice sounded. With the support of the heavenly cycle star formation, Shiha's strength increased greatly. She broke through the seal of the myriad sword painting and escaped. Feng Zichen waved his hand, and the myriad sword painting and the Zichen sword broke through the air and returned to his hand. Now that he was in the heavenly cycle star formation, it would be difficult for him to take back the treasures if he was not careful and was suppressed by the formation. It's just an incomplete formation. Do you think you can trap me? Looking at the confident Shiha and Kunpeng, Feng Zichen said disdainfully. The complete heavenly cycle star formation could suppress even a saint. Of course, he could not deal with it. However, the formation in front of him was a different story. He was the expert in the path of the stars. Can it work? Why don't you try and find out? Heavenly cycle star formation, rise. Di Jun and Tai were not around. As the master of the moon star, Shiha became the master of the Zhouxing formation. At her command, the Zhouxing formation shook. Endless star power fell and surged toward Feng Zichen. Boom, 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 the Zhouxing formation turned slowly and turned into a huge star, firmly suppressing Feng Zichen. At the same time, endless star power surged like a burning flame, trying to refine him. Haha. Small fry. Feng Zichen laughed and used the great path furnace to absorb and refine all the star power that surged toward him. Chapter 470. In the boundless starry sky, there were countless stars. Other than the 365 main stars, there were also billions of ancient stars. The heavenly cycle star formation used the 365 main stars as the eye of the formation to control the power of all the stars in the boundless starry sky, gathering all the power of the stars in one body. This was the reason why the demons did not fear the saints. However, the heavenly cycle star formation of the demons had a fatal weakness, and that was that the 365 main stars were not complete. He did not have the Emperor Star. Without a main star, the Emperor Star, which was not inferior to the Sun and Moon stars, the heavenly cycle star formation would not be perfect. The Sun, Moon, and Star were the three treasures of heaven. The Sun and Moon. Naturally, they were referring to the Sun and Moon stars. The star was referring to the Emperor Star. Without the Emperor Star, the heavenly cycle star formation would not be able to perform the three treasures of heaven. It would lack many changes, and its power would be many times weaker. This was also the reason why the heavenly cycle star formation could not compete with the 12 divine beings' wraith formation. How could an incomplete formation compare to a complete formation? After Hudu had reincarnated, the 12 divine beings' wraith formation was incomplete, and the heavenly cycle star formation could be on par with it. Of course, this was not important. The important thing was that with this huge flaw, the heavenly cycle star formation could not do anything to Fengzichen. He was the Emperor Star, and in the heavenly cycle star formation, he had a great advantage. Therefore, after falling into the heavenly cycle star formation, Fengzichen did not panic at all. He even had the leisure to observe the operating pattern of the Zhousing, and use it to figure out the mystery of the demon clan's formation. After all, it was one of the top 3 formations in the primordial world. It gathered all the wisdom of the demon clan, as well as the principles of Zhousing. If he could gain something from it, it would benefit him for the rest of his life. Moreover, Fengzichen was an expert in the Tao of the stars. By studying it, he could improve his understanding of the Tao of the stars. Just like this, Fengzichen had the great path furnace above his head to resist the suppression of the heavenly cycle star formation, and he leisurely observed the formation. How dare you! Quick, strengthen the formation and refine him to death. Seeing Fengzichen's leisurely manner, Shihi's pretty face immediately darkened, and she hurriedly ordered. Yes. The Yao gods replied in unison. Immediately after, they shook the heavenly cycle star streamers in their hands. He pushed Zhousing with all his might and pressed down on Fengzichen. Rumble, in an instant, even more power of the stars surged over, and the pressure Fengzichen faced instantly multiplied. The furnace of the great path creaked as if it couldn't bear the burden, as if it would break at any moment. The heavens are helping me. Seeing this, not only was Fengzichen not surprised, but he was delighted. He calmed himself down, and his spiritual will crossed the layers of the void, connecting with the innate star tree that supported Zichen's heaven. Come. With a soft call, Fengzichen opened a void passage, allowing the roots of the innate star tree to pass through and enter the furnace of the great path. The power of the stars was strong, but the innate star tree fed on the power of the stars, which was its nemesis. Buzz. Feeling the thick power of the stars in the furnace of the great path, the roots of the innate star tree trembled with excitement. Ever since the demon clan had occupied Zhousing, the innate star tree had not swallowed the power of the stars on a large scale in order to protect itself, for fear of being discovered by the demon clan. Now, the power of the stars was swarming over. How could it not be excited? Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the roots of the innate star tree rushed toward the power of the stars in the sky like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. And the power of the stars that brought great pressure to Fengzichen was like a little sheep when it saw the roots of the innate star tree. It was absorbed by the roots of the innate star tree without any resistance. With this help, the furnace of the great path, which was on the verge of collapse, suddenly stopped shaking, and its power increased greatly. No matter how much power of the stars surged over, it absorbed it all. It was very powerful. Good job. The more it absorbs, the faster it grows. Only by growing fast can it become stronger. In this way, it can better protect the human race. Looking at the roots of the innate star tree that were absorbing the power of the stars in the sky, Fengzichen showed an excited expression. Previously, Feng Zichen was not sure whether the innate star tree could hide from the perception of the demon clan. But now, his confidence had greatly increased. How powerful would the star power released by Zhouxing be? If the innate star tree absorbed it, it would definitely be able to take a step forward. In this way, the possibility of hiding from the demon clan would be greatly increased. Sigh. At the same time, Feng Zichen sighed in his heart. The innate star tree had been with him for so many years, and it had really suffered. It was his incompetence that caused the innate star tree to not absorb too much star power for so many years. Otherwise, with the support of Zhouxing, the innate star tree had long entered the mature stage. Sigh. How great would it be if Zhouxing fell into my hands? Looking at Zhouxing in front of him, Feng Zichen said enviously. The boundless starry sky was the true treasure of the primitive world. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed. The demon clan experts gradually realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Why is it that after refining for so long, Feng Zichen is not dispirited, but getting more and more energetic? Kunpeng looked at Feng Zichen in the formation and asked curiously. After being refined by the cosmic star formation for so long, even a quasi-saint expert should have been refined to death. However, Feng Zichen was not even injured. This was a little strange. Even if he was stronger than a quasi-saint, it should not be like this. Oh no. I forgot that he has an innate spirit treasure of the void attribute. He must have used the power of that treasure to transfer the attack of the formation away. With a flash of thought, Kunpeng ancestor thought of the spirit treasure on Feng Zichen and suddenly exclaimed. At the same time, Kunpeng ancestor's body also moved. He raised his hand and launched a magic attack at Feng Zichen. What a shrewd person Feng Zichen was. Hearing Kunpeng ancestor's cry, he knew that he had misunderstood. However, Feng Zichen did not explain. Instead, he cooperated and activated the Emperor's seal to isolate the void around him so that Kunpeng ancestor's magic attack could not hit him. Whoosh! Kunpeng ancestor's magic attack disappeared when it was 3 feet away from Feng Zichen's body. As expected. Seeing this scene, Kunpeng ancestor was even more certain of his guess. Little thief, you are cunning. Seeing this scene, Shiha's face suddenly turned ugly. She shouted and waved her arms to draw the power of the lunar star to drive the cosmic star's formation. Suddenly, the formation changed again. As one of the top 3 formations in the untainted land, the cosmic star's formation was certainly not as simple as suppressing and refining. It was famous for its infinite power. Zhouxing spun wildly, and the power of the stars became restless, destroying the surrounding void. Shiha's purpose was very simple. Feng Zichen, didn't you use the void to protect yourself? Then I will destroy all the void and see what you can do. How did the demon race discover us so quickly? Sensing the changes around him, Feng Zichen said reluctantly. He was not worried about the cosmic star's formation, but simply felt that it was a pity. In these few decades, the Zhouxing tree had grown a lot, which was more than 1,000,000 years of growth in Zichen's cave. If given enough time, it might even enter the growth period. However, the demon clan had already realized that something was wrong. If it continued, the Khanate star tree would be exposed. It has been decades, and you only realize that something is wrong. How stupid. Feng Zichen said sarcastically as he used the Great Path Furnace to stabilize the void. Little thief, don't be arrogant. Today, I will show you the true power of the cosmic star's formation. No one would be happy to be mocked by an enemy, especially a woman who was about to go crazy. Shiha exploded on the spot. Soldiers, set up the cosmic star's formation. Taking a step forward, Shiha walked to the lunar star and ordered coldly. Queen of Heaven's decree. Hearing this, the demon gods immediately took their positions and showed their huge dharma bodies, each of them sitting on the Zhouxing. Even Kunpeng. He also landed on a main star. At the same time, many demon gods separated from the celestial court and sat on the other ancient stars, operating the cosmic star's formation together. In an instant, the Zhouxing shook together, and a terrifying power erupted, sweeping across the boundless starry sky. Oh my god! The demon clan has too many Daoist Jingxian. Even though he knew that the demon clan had many Daoist Jingxian, Feng Zichen was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. In this short period of time, there were more than 1,000 Daoist Jingxian walking out of the celestial court. Even so, there were still Daoist Jingxian walking out of the celestial court one after another. F***CK. Even a half-step primordial chaos expert would probably be beaten to death. At this time, Feng Zichen was also a little panicked. Thousands of Daoist Jingxian, a few sages to be, and the power of the Zhouxing. Feng Zichen did not think that he could withstand it. Subconsciously, Feng Zichen prepared to use his magical power to break the seal of the cosmic stars formation and escape from the demon clan's encirclement. How can this be? As soon as he made his move, Feng Zichen realized that something was wrong. He could not feel any laws or the aura of the Tao of heaven and earth. He could not even feel the Khanate Qi. It was as if at this moment, the laws were hidden, the Tao of heaven and earth was hidden, and the Khanate Qi had disappeared without a trace. Except for himself, everything was gone. This was the power of the cosmic stars formation. It shielded the laws, expelled the Tao of heaven and earth, and wiped out the Khanate Qi. The Daoist Jingxian's strength was in mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. The cosmic stars formation isolated the power of heaven and earth, so that the enemy could only fight with their own strength. It was much easier to deal with them. No wonder the demon clan could not defeat the wizard clan. So that's why. At this time, Feng Zichen also understood why the demon clan had been at a disadvantage in the war with the wizard clan. The most powerful thing about the wizard clan was their physical body. Chapter 471. Without the power of heaven and earth, their bodies were still extremely powerful. As such, under the suppression of the massive heavenly cycle star formation, the combat power of the Grand Sorcerer was not much weaker. Of course, they were not afraid of the demon race. Coincidentally, Feng Zichen's dermic powers were strong, and his body was even stronger. You want to deal with me with this? You're delusional. With a long roar, Feng Zichen revealed his huge Pangu true form and blasted towards the massive heavenly cycle star formation with unparalleled strength. Boom! Feng Zichen walked the path of Tao with strength and was known for his powerful strength. He punched out, causing the void to explode and the stars to sway. However, the power of the massive heavenly cycle star formation was obviously stronger. Feng Zichen's punch was equivalent to stirring up a ripple in the formation and did not have much of an effect. So powerful. Feng Zichen sighed as he retracted his fist. The massive heavenly cycle star formation was one of the top 3 Khanate formations in the primordial world. Even if it was not in its strongest state, it was not something that he could break with a single punch. Otherwise, this formation would be too weak. Humph. You want to break the massive heavenly cycle star formation by yourself? You're dreaming. Today, unless you can become a saint, this will be your death. On the lunar star, Shiha said confidently. Usually, this kind of formation was used by the demon race to deal with the sorcerer race. Now, it was used to deal with a person. Unless that person was a saint, there was no way he could escape. Is that so? Feng Zichen did not deny it. Stubborn. Attack. Shiha was no longer interested in talking to Feng Zichen. In her eyes, Feng Zichen was already a dead man. There was no need to waste her breath on a dead man. Therefore, she took the lead and activated the lunar star to attack Feng Zichen. When the other demon gods saw this, they did not dare to delay and quickly attacked. Feng Zichen was not in a hurry. The heavenly cycle star formation might be able to trap everyone in the primordial world, but it could not trap him. Even if Di Jun personally presided over the heavenly cycle star formation, it wouldn't be enough. Because he was the emperor of the North Star. Now, he could escape from the demon clan's encirclement through the emperor's star at any time, and the demon clan would not even be able to find him. But in that case, there was a possibility that his relationship with the Emperor Star would be exposed. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not intend to use the power of the Emperor Star to break the array. He intended to break the array by force. Previously, the 9 Zhouxing that he had liberated were the key to breaking the array. Due to the lack of time, the fiend race did not have the time to regain control of the 9 Zhouxing that had escaped their control. They also did not have the time to refine the cyclic astral banner. This caused a fatal flaw to appear in the great heavenly cycle star formation. The place where the 9 Zhouxing beads were located was the weakest part of the formation. Sword. With the sound of a sword, hundreds of millions of sword lights appeared, forming the figure of the Zichen sword. At the same time, the myriad sword illustration also appeared, slowly opening in the air, and then enveloping the Zichen sword. Buzz! A sharp sword hum suddenly sounded in the boundless starry sky. The power of the Zichen sword suddenly soared. When 2 supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures were combined, even if its power was not as strong as a Khanate cardinal treasure, it was still far stronger than other Khanate spirit treasures. Moreover, the Zichen sword and the myriad sword illustration were both sword Dao cardinal treasures. With the support of the Khanate sword Dao, its power was even stronger. In Feng Zichen's mind, the image of Pangu splitting open the sky slowly appeared. Streaks of heaven-splitting Dao runes flowed out of his body, evolving into the Dao shadow of Pangu. Splitting open the sky. Raising the Zichen sword, Feng Zichen aimed at the weakness of the great heavenly cycle star formation and swung his sword. Bam! Behind Feng Zichen, the Pangu Dao shadow quietly shattered, turning into countless light spots that merged into the Zichen sword and slashed out together with the sword light. Chi, wherever the sword light passed, it was as if it was splitting open the sky and earth. The void slowly opened up, and earth, fire, water, and wind surged. Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements appeared, and endless Dao laws were born. The power of the world opening rolled out, violently slashing at the weak point of the great heavenly cycle star formation. Crack! At the place where Feng Zichen's sword light slashed, a small world gradually formed, forcibly opening up a gap in the Zhouxing formation. Rumble! After being attacked, the great heavenly cycle star formation automatically activated, mobilizing endless star power to suppress the small world. In an instant, the small world was crushed, and the gap was closed. But that was enough. In that short moment, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and turned into a stream of light, rushing out of the great heavenly cycle star formation. Kill! Seeing this, the demon gods were furious. Without needing Shiha's order, they activated the great heavenly cycle star formation to attack Feng Zichen. In an instant, billions of starlight burst out, illuminating the boundless starry sky. When Feng Zichen saw this, he did not dare to take it. His figure flashed, and he dodged to the side. But the starlight was endless. No matter where he hid, starlight would shoot at him. You forced me to do this. With a thought, Feng Zichen looked back at the great heavenly cycle star formation and ran toward the 9 Zhouxing stars that were out of the demon race's control. Kill! At that moment, the demon race's second round of attack arrived, and endless starlight burst out again. Feng Zichen slashed with his sword, and the 3 powers of heaven, earth, and man surged out, colliding with the starlight. Boom! The 3 powers of heaven and earth were shattered by the starlight, and the remaining power blasted Feng Zichen, sending him flying far away. With this help, Feng Zichen arrived on one of the 9 stars. After looking up and down for a moment, Feng Zichen recognized this star. Its name was Mars, also known as Mars, and it was one of the 7 planets. Among the 365 primitive planets, its position was second only to the Sun, Moon, and Star, and it was one of the top 10 planets in the primitive universe. No wonder the great heavenly cycle star formation is so weak. It's because it lost Mars. At that moment, Feng Zichen also understood why the powerful great heavenly cycle star formation was broken by him in one move. After losing such a powerful primary planet, who knew how much power the great heavenly cycle star formation had left? This was not a matter of 1-365, but 10. At that moment, the demon race's third attack was ready to be launched. But this time, Feng Zichen did not dodge. He stood on Mars without even opening up his defenses. He just looked at the great heavenly cycle star formation from afar, not dodging or hiding. Even so, the demon race's attack did not land even after a long time. Shameless. Feng Zichen, you're a famous person in the primitive universe. How could you do this? After a while, the Kunpeng poked its head out of the great heavenly cycle star formation and cursed at Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen stood on Mars. If the demon race used all their power to attack him with the great heavenly cycle star formation, they could seriously injure or even kill him. But if that happened, Mars would not be saved. It would definitely be shattered by the great heavenly cycle star formation like Feng Zichen. Unlike the sun, moon, and purple star, Mars was at least as powerful as a saint, and no one could destroy it. At best, Mars could match a half-step primordial chaos expert, and could not withstand the great heavenly cycle star formation's attack. That was why the demon race could not attack Feng Zichen now, lest Mars be implicated. Mars was the prime star of the primitive universe, and one of the keys to the great heavenly cycle star formation. Destroying it would not only infuriate the heavenly Tao, but it would also send down heavenly punishment. Even if the great heavenly cycle star formation was incomplete and its power decreased, it was a price the demon race could not bear. Without the great heavenly cycle star formation, what could the demon race use to fight the witch race? That was the idea Feng Zichen came up with. With Mars as a shield, the demon race would not dare to touch it. Shameless? You call that shameless? Didn't I learn that from you, fellow Daoist? Feng Zichen laughed softly, his face full of mockery. Previously, the Kunpeng patriarch had threatened him with the life and death of the human race. Now, he was giving them a taste of their own medicine, using the safety of Mars to keep the demons wary of taking action. Wasn't that a perfect example of the saying, what goes around comes around? How can the human race compare to Mars? The Kunpeng was anxious when it heard that, and almost roared. If the human race was gone, it could be rebuilt. If Mars was gone, it would be difficult to restore it. Haha. Feng Zichen could only sneer at that. Don't worry about it. Trap it here first, and wait for His Majesty to come out of seclusion before we deal with it. At that moment, she has suddenly said. Feng Zichen had Mars as a shield, and it was impossible to kill it. The only way was to trap it here and wait for Di Jun to come out of seclusion to deal with it. Yes. Although everyone was unwilling, they knew that this was the only way and could only agree helplessly. The demon race's idea was good, but Feng Zichen would not sit still and wait for death. When Di Jun came out of seclusion, Feng Zichen would not have the confidence to escape. Therefore, he had to leave now. Not only did he have to leave, but he also had to leave an unforgettable lesson for the demon race. Seal me? I'm afraid you can't do that. After saying that, Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands, mobilized all the dermic powers in his body, and used the Supreme Divine Ability Star Shift. This was one of the top 3 Supreme Divine abilities in the Big Dipper 36 transformations, and it had the power to shift the stars and reverse time. Move the stars, shift the stars. A terrifying wave surged out of Feng Zichen's body and spread throughout the boundless starry sky. Immediately, Mars under his feet and the other 8 primeval main stars that were out of the demon race's control formed a line and crashed toward the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Feng Zichen, are you crazy? Seeing the 9 primeval main stars crash toward them, the demon gods in the massive heavenly cycle star formation could not help but change their expressions and shout anxiously. At the same time, they were also anxiously moving the primeval main stars under their control, afraid that they would collide with the 9 stars that were charging toward them. These demon gods did not know if anything would happen if the main stars collided, but they knew that something would happen to them. The power that would erupt when the main stars collided would definitely shake them into dust and completely destroy them. Crazy? Just take it that I'm crazy. Previously, being chased and beaten by the demon race, Feng Zichen was already full of anger. Now that the situation had been turned around with great difficulty, he naturally wanted to get back at them. Crash. Hit him hard. Controlling the 9 main stars, Feng Zichen said fiercely. Chapter 472. Rumble. In the boundless starry sky, 9 huge main stars rampaged, forcing the other main stars to retreat. The entire boundless starry sky was in a mess. However, if they kept defending, they would definitely lose. The demon clan controlled the main stars to dodge left and right, and eventually, they would lose. Bang! A loud sound that shocked the entire primordial world was heard. Then, a bright light erupted, almost covering the radiance of the sun and moon. It was a main star that could not dodge in time and collided with the main star that was charging over. The demon god on it did not even have time to scream before he was shattered into pieces by the huge force. Even the innate true spirit did not have time to escape. A demon god had fallen. Although Daoist Xianxia was immortal and indestructible, it would still take time to resurrect. This was especially true when the innate true spirit perished together with the innate true spirit. The time needed to complete the process was even longer. Dodge. Dodge. Seeing the fate of this demon god, the other demon gods did not dare to let their main stars get close. They hurriedly controlled their main stars to escape into the distance, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of that person. Bang 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 bang. The collision just now was just the beginning. In the following period of time, another 9 main stars of the primordial world were hit by the main stars controlled by Feng Zichen. The demon gods on them naturally died along with them. The consequences of this were also very serious. In order to avoid the collision of the main stars, the demon gods fled with the primordial world main stars in the boundless starry sky. The star rules were completely messed up, and it was difficult for them to maintain the heavenly cycle star formation. Therefore, when the formation was broken, the demon gods on it suffered a backlash and were all seriously injured. However, for Daoist Xianxia, as long as they did not die, it did not matter whether they were injured or not. However, today, they had lost all their face. More than 1,000 Daoist Xianxia of the demon clan, together with several quasi-saints, had set up the heavenly cycle star formation together to deal with a human. Not only did they not kill him, but he also broke out of the formation. This was simply throwing the face of the demon clan to the ground and trampling on it. Of course, the demon clan had paid such a huge price. Feng Zichen was not without losses. The 9 main stars of the primordial world were completely out of his control. Kill. We must kill him. Even if we have to use all the power of the demon clan, we must kill him. At this time, Shiha was already a little hysterical. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. If they did not kill Feng Zichen, it would become a stain on the Yao clan's history. Even if the demons defeated the Magi in the future and became the rulers of the primordial world, they would not be able to wash away the humiliation they had suffered today. As long as Feng Zichen did not die, the demon race would always bear this humiliation. Therefore, Feng Zichen must die. Shame. He could only bathe them in blood. At this moment, the strong demon race was thoroughly enraged. The entire heaven court was activated as one after another powerful demon gods walked out of the void and surrounded Feng Zichen tightly. With a cursory glance, Feng Zichen discovered that there were more than 3,000 demon gods surrounding him, including the 1,000 demon gods from before. It could be said that more than half of the demon race's strength had been unleashed. This was a treatment that could only be enjoyed when the Magi attacked. Now, Feng Zichen felt it. However, there were many Magi. As for Feng Zichen, he was alone. Oh my, this seems to be getting out of hand. Silently activating the human emperor's seal to protect himself, Feng Zichen carefully looked around, looking for an escape route. Being besieged by more than 3,000 Daoist Xianxia was not a very pleasant thing. Fellow Daoist, stay. However, before Feng Zichen could take action, the 3,000 demon gods moved with the leisurely voice of the Kunpeng ancestor. They all used their magic and attacked Feng Zichen. Damn it, After cursing, Feng Zichen raised the 5 Emperors' canopy and used the human Emperor's seal to move the attacking magic to another place. However, the power of the 3,000 demon gods was too strong. In addition, Feng Zichen had scruples in his heart, so he did not dare to use the full power of the human Emperor's seal. He only kept it at the limit of a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. As a result, Feng Zichen did not move all the attacking magic away. He only moved a part of it, about half of it. Puff! The remaining half of the power directly shattered the 5 Emperors' canopy and hit Feng Zichen, making him vomit blood. The other half of the power that was moved away hit a main star in the distance, destroying all the arrangements of the demon race on it. Another main star of the untainted land was liberated by Feng Zichen. And the name of this main star of the untainted land was the Big Dipper Star, one of the 36 Big Dipper stars. The Big Dipper Star was liberated, and the elites of the demon race who were far away were immediately affected. It was difficult for them to establish contact with the Big Dipper Star, and the Big Dipper formation was broken. No. In the puzzled eyes of the elites of the demon race, the Khanate chi surged like a tide, drowning and refining them. Fellow Daoist, you are really magnanimous. At the moment of life and death, you still don't forget to weaken the strength of the demon race. The demon gods present completely ignored the abnormality of the main star. They only wanted to kill Feng Zichen. As long as he died, everything would return to normal. I am the great Taoist priests. Who can kill me in the untainted land? Feng Zichen said proudly as he placed the great Tao furnace above his head. He was not bragging. With this little strength, he really could not be killed. Although the attacks of the 3,000 demon gods were strong, they could only injure him, not kill him. If they wanted to kill him, they could only use the strength of the primordial chaos level. Otherwise, in his current state, he would be injured but not dead. Moreover, Feng Zichen still had many trump cards that he had not used. It was still unknown who would win and who would lose. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen had already exchanged more than 10 blows with the 3,000 demon gods. His physical body was almost shattered. His body was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. He looked extremely miserable. The demon race did not fare well either. More than 10 main stars of the untainted land were liberated by Feng Zichen. Bastard. Nearly 30 main stars of the untainted land were out of the control of the demon race. Finally, Di Jun, who was in seclusion, was alarmed. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from the sun star. Then, a handsome man in a golden emperor robe walked out from the sun star and walked toward Feng Zichen. Di Jun. Seeing this figure, Feng Zichen was a little puzzled. Although the person in front of him looked exactly the same as Di Jun, the aura on his body was completely different. Di Jun's body was filled with boundless domineering aura. And the Di Jun in front of him, although also domineering, was more ferocious. Also, his cultivation was not right. Di Jun was a half-step primordial chaos existence, but this person's cultivation was at the perfected sage to be. Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen was puzzled, but Di Jun was not. He knew what had happened with a glance and reached out to grab him. It's really Di Jun. Sensing this familiar aura, Feng Zichen confirmed that the person in front of him was Di Jun. Although he did not know why Di Jun's cultivation had regressed, it was obvious that he could not stay in the boundless starry sky. Chapter 473. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous. However, Feng Zichen was a little unwilling to leave just like that. The losses of the demon clan seemed to be great. But in fact, there weren't many at all. Although the 27 main stars of the desolate world had temporarily escaped from the control of the demon clan under his plan, the main stars of the desolate world could not leave the boundless starry sky. Sooner or later, they would be controlled by the demon clan again. In short, such a loss would at most make the demon clan lose some face and waste some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was really nothing. On the other hand, the death of the 18 demon gods could make the demon clan feel pain. However, it was only a pain. Compared to the 4,000 demon gods of the demon clan, the death of a mere 18 demon gods was indeed not a big deal. Today, the greatest loss of the demon clan was that they had completely lost face in the desolate world. Everything else was not big. How could Feng Zichen be satisfied with such an outcome? Therefore, he planned to take some things from the demon clan before he left to relieve the hatred in his heart. Greetings, Your Majesty. With the appearance of Di Jun, the surrounding demon gods seemed to have found their backbone. They gathered behind him and bowed. However, Di Jun did not pay attention to them. Instead, he frowned and stared at Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to dare to kill your way into the boundless starry sky alone. How dare you? To be honest, when he saw Feng Zichen causing havoc in the boundless starry sky, Di Jun was really shocked. He dared to kill his way into the demon clan alone. How brave was that? Even the ancestral shaman did not dare to come alone. But Feng Zichen dared to. Just this courage alone was worth looking at him in a different light. After today, Feng Zichen's reputation in the desolate world would be even more resounding. Sun Wukong's name could shake the three realms when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Feng Zichen was much stronger than Sun Wukong when he fought the demon clan alone. His reputation would definitely spread even more. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Didn't you force me to do this? Feng Zichen replied nonchalantly in the face of the demon race's formation. Who would want to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace for no reason? Weren't they forced into a corner? Humph. What a sharp tongue. Now that I've come out of seclusion, I'll personally capture you. Have you thought about how you're going to escape? Di Jun snorted coldly and said in a cold voice. The cause of this matter was not important. What was important was the result. The demon race had completely lost face. Only Feng Zichen's blood could wash away the shame. Escape? Haha. Why should I run? After hearing Di Jun's words, Feng Zichen laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. When he first saw Di Jun, Feng Zichen was indeed a little flustered. After all, Di Jun had dominated the untainted land for so many years that his fame had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. However, after this conversation, Feng Zichen was completely relaxed. He was so nervous just now that he did not realize that the Di Jun in front of him was not his original body, but one of his three corpses. Yes, Di Jun's original body had not come out of seclusion. Now, the one in front of Feng Zichen was Di Jun's evil corpse. This was reassuring. The strength of the three corpses would always be weaker than the original body. In other words, the evil corpse of Di Jun in front of him was no match for Feng Zichen. In this case, what was he afraid of? You're courting death. Seeing Feng Zichen's arrogant look, the evil corpse of Di Jun's face turned cold. He drew out a sword and slashed at Feng Zichen. Using a sword to deal with me? Your Majesty, have you forgotten that I'm the sword ancestor of the untainted land? No sword in the world can hurt me. The evil corpse of Di Jun's sword light slashed over, but Feng Zichen did not even look at it, nor did he resist. He completely treated it as if it did not exist. Sure enough, when the sword light was 10 feet away from Feng Zichen, it suddenly dissipated without the slightest ripple. The sword ancestor, the ancestor of the innate sword Dao. No divine sword in the world could hurt him. Of course, this was not absolute. This condition was only for those who were lower than Feng Zichen's realm. Those who were higher than him could ignore this restriction. But even so, any sword move that attacked him would automatically be weakened by 30%. The evil corpse of Di Jun's strength was slightly weaker than Feng Zichen's, so he naturally could not hurt him. Pure Yang Gourd, kill. Seeing that the sword technique was useless, the evil corpse of Di Jun waved his sleeve and threw out a yellow-skinned gourd. He spat out boundless pure Yang true fire at Feng Zichen. This was the spiritual treasure of Dongwang Gongdong, the superior grade innate spiritual treasure of the pure Yang gourd. He was very fond of it and had always worn it at his waist. Unfortunately, after he died, this innate spiritual treasure became Di Jun's. Small matter. Feng Zichen shook the million sword painting, and billions of pure yin sword chi surged out and extinguished the pure yang true fire. Then, he drew out Zichen's sword and slashed at Di Jun. It was not his style to be passive and take a beating. In the boundless starry sky, I am an invincible existence. It is unwise to choose this place to fight with me. Seeing Feng Zichen attack, Di Jun shook his head and laughed. He was the lord of the sun star, the ruler of Zhousing. In the boundless starry sky, he could mobilize the power of all the stars. Even saints dared to fight with him. Star web. Di Jun stretched out his hand and pointed at Feng Zichen. Suddenly, Zhousing shone brightly. Rays of starlight fell and weaved into a huge star web in the void, covering Feng Zichen. Your Majesty. This star web can't stop me. Looking at the star web that was covering him, Feng Zichen suddenly smiled mysteriously and said to Di Jun, "What?" Di Jun suddenly had a bad premonition. Then, a four-legged square cauldron flew out of Feng Zichen's body. Boom! With the appearance of the square cauldron, an aura that could suppress the universe burst out and swept across the boundless starry sky. In an instant, all the stars in the sky shook and were fixed in place. The huge net of stars that covered Feng Zichen also stopped moving at the same time. Connate Cardinal Treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth. Looking at the four-legged square cauldron in Feng Zichen's hand, Di Jun's face became extremely ugly. He almost gritted his teeth as he said the name of the treasure. Yes, this four-legged square cauldron was the Connate Cardinal Treasure in Yua's hand, the cauldron of heaven and earth. Back in Jianghu heaven, Feng Zichen had borrowed this treasure from Yua to refine a weapon. However, after the Dharma treasure was refined, Yua didn't take back the cauldron of heaven and earth. Of course, Feng Zichen wouldn't foolishly take the initiative to return it. Instead, he kept this treasure. If Yua didn't mention it, he would pretend that he had completely forgotten about it. Therefore, this Connate Cardinal Treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth, was left in Feng Zichen's hands. This was where Feng Zichen's confidence came from, alone, to fight against the demon clan. Haha. Your Majesty, how about another move of mine? Laughing loudly, Feng Zichen controlled the cauldron of heaven and earth and blasted it towards Di Jun. Oh no. Sensing the aura that suppressed all things in the universe, Di Jun's expression changed. He hurriedly mobilized the power of the sun star to protect himself. At the same time, he was also mobilizing the power of the moon star. Together with Di Jun, they stood together to resist the suppression of the cauldron of heaven and earth. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in the boundless starry sky. The sun star and the moon star shone together, displaying the changes of Connate Yin and Yang and displaying supreme power. The combination of the sun star and the moon star was the supreme achievement of the Connate Yin and Yang Dao. He just didn't know if the Connate Cardinal Treasure Tai Chi diagram's power could reach this level if it was fully unleashed. Although the cauldron of heaven and earth was powerful, firstly, it was not Feng Zichen's magic treasure. Secondly, Feng Zichen's strength was far inferior to Yua's. Therefore, under the protection of the sun star and the moon star, Feng Zichen's cauldron of heaven and earth could not break Di Jun and Shihi's defense. But fortunately, Feng Zichen's target was not them. On the way to crash into Di Jun, the cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly changed direction and hit the sun-moon will above Shihi's head. That's right, the sun-moon will was Feng Zichen's real target. With the appearance of Di Jun, the result of this battle was destined. If they continued to fight, Feng Zichen would definitely lose and even be in danger of dying. Therefore, he decided to leave. This was his last attack before leaving. His purpose was not to hurt Di Jun, but to disgust him. Feng Zichen wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when Di Jun and Shihi were defending with all their strength to use the cauldron of heaven and earth to grab the sun-moon wheel and then run away. Could it be? No. Seeing the cauldron of heaven and earth bypassing him and flying in the direction of the sun-moon wheel, Di Jun's mind was shocked and he vaguely understood Feng Zichen's purpose. But at this moment, it was too late to say anything. After the cauldron of heaven and earth flew to the side of the sun-moon wheel, it suddenly opened the lid. Then, a huge suction came from the mouth of the cauldron and sucked the sun-moon wheel in. Haha. There are still important things for me to deal with in the human clan. Zichen will not disturb your majesty here. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the sun-moon wheel was in his hand, Feng Zichen immediately called back the cauldron of heaven and earth, blasted open a void passage and ran to the untainted land without looking back. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. If the sun-moon wheel was lost, Di Jun would be furious and come out to catch him in person. Then it would be really dangerous. Boom! Sure enough, as soon as Feng Zichen opened the void passage, he saw a huge handprint flying out of the sun star and blasted towards him from afar. Go! The aura emitted by the handprint was so horrible that it had begun to distort the concept. It was infinitely close to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Feng Zichen didn't dare to take it directly. He directly hid in the cauldron of heaven and earth and frantically fled to the untainted land. As long as he fled there, he would be safe. Die. Under the pressure of the handprint, the void passage opened by Feng Zichen was broken. The cauldron of heaven and earth also appeared and was hit hard by the handprint. Unfortunately, the cauldron of heaven and earth was a primordial treasure. No matter how strong Di Jun was, he couldn't break it. Instead of hurting Feng Zichen, his attack would speed up his escape to the untainted land. Bang! After being hit hard, the cauldron of heaven and earth first made a bang. Then, under the effect of the huge shock, it fell to the untainted land at an extremely fast speed. Well, the cauldron of heaven and earth was fine. But Feng Zichen, who was seriously injured inside, was shocked and dizzy, and his injury was even worse. Chapter 474. Feng Zichen. An angry voice suddenly came from the sun star. Like thunder, it resounded throughout the untainted land, making people fearful. It was Di Jun's voice. It was not difficult to tell how angry the owner of the voice was from the crazy voice. How could he not be angry? The sun-moon wheel was a wedding gift from the sun star and the moon star to Di Jun and Shihi. It had a special meaning. Its power might not be the strongest among supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures, but the Khanate providence it possessed was one of the best. The sun-moon wheel was a wedding gift from the sun star and the moon star, with their best blessings. In other words, the sun-moon wheel was born with a trace of luck from the sun star and the moon star. This was the most precious part of the sun-moon wheel. The owner of this treasure would not be punished. The war of liches and demons was so terrible that Di Jun and the 12 ancestral sorcerers were all killed. However, Shihi survived. This was the effect of the sun and moon wheel. So, how could Di Jun not be angry? Pass down the order. The demon clan will mobilize all their troops to destroy the human clan. After all, Di Jun was the Sky Emperor. He quickly calmed down and responded. The sun-moon wheel was too important. No matter what, they had to get it back. Feng Zichen cared most about the human clan. As long as the human clan was used as a threat, he would definitely fight to the death. At that time, it would be the best time to get back the sun-moon wheel. Yes. Hearing this, the demon gods bowed and accepted the order without hesitation. No one asked about the Wu clan. If the demon clan entered the untainted land, the Wu clan would definitely send troops to stop them. A war would definitely break out between the two clans. But these were not important. His Majesty had ordered to destroy the human clan. They just had to do it. Anyone who dared to stop them would be crushed one by one. What was there to fear about the Wu clan? Even if the demon clan and the Wu clan fought, they were still invincible in the untainted land. It would be easy for them to destroy the human clan. Di Jun ordered the demon gods to move together. Troops were assembled and ready to go to the untainted land at any time. Let's treat this battle as a rehearsal for the final battle between the liches and demons. Looking at the untainted land, Di Jun's expression became somewhat solemn. He was not worried about the wizard race. As long as he did not enter the untainted land, the ancestral sorcerer would not make a move. The remaining sorcerer tribesmen were evenly matched opponents to the demon race army. This was a battle between those below the quasi-sage realm. It was all up to them to decide who would win or lose. As for the human race, he didn't care about it at all. If the entire demon race army was mobilized, they could easily find an opportunity to wipe out the human race. After all, the Fey race had 4,000 Fey gods. Just a few hundred of them were not something the human race could contend against. Soon, everything will be over soon. The war between liches that has lasted for countless years is about to come to an end. After taking another look at the untainted land, Di Jun calmed down and continued his closed-door training. He had already grasped the meridian of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian and was about to break through. There was no time to delay. Today, unless Feng Zichen caused too much trouble, he would not appear. When I attain the Tao, the day of the wizard race's destruction will not be far away. Cough, cough. Di Jun's attack was a little ruthless. After climbing out of the cauldron of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen checked his body and sighed. His body was almost destroyed by Di Jun's attack. Not only were all the bones in his body broken, but there was also the power of the sun entrenched in the wound, preventing his body from healing itself. Although Feng Zichen could get rid of this power with his strength, it would take too much time. It would probably take thousands of years. He didn't know how many things would be delayed. However, Feng Zichen soon thought of a way to quickly recover. That was dual cultivation. Chang'e was the Khanate moon god, one of the best in the path of Yin. If he dual cultivated with her, he would definitely be able to recover quickly. In the human emperor's bedroom, Chang'e sat on a chair with a dazed look on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. She didn't even notice Feng Zichen walking in. Ah! Husband, you're back. It wasn't until Feng Zichen came to her side that Chang'e reacted and looked at him with a complicated expression. However, Feng Zichen was now full of thoughts about how Di Jun would retaliate against her, so he didn't notice Chang'e's abnormality. Yes, I'm back. After responding casually, Feng Zichen took out the sun-moon wheel and handed it to Chang'e. I've got a new Khanate spiritual treasure, which is very suitable for you. See if you like it. The sun-moon wheel was a Khanate spiritual treasure bred by the moon star and the sun star. It couldn't be used by people who weren't born from the sun and the moon. As the Khanate moon god, Chang'e was the most suitable to use this treasure. As for the imprint of Shihi on the sun-moon wheel, Feng Zichen had already erased it. The chaos bead, the cauldron of heaven and earth, plus the Hongmeng Daozhong, could even be refined to death by Shihi, not to mention the imprint he left on the treasure. Buzz, without needing Chang'e to do anything, the moon wheel took the initiative to throw itself into her arms and automatically recognized her as its master. As the moon wheel moved, the sun-moon wheel that matched it also reluctantly recognized Chang'e as its master. This, thank you, husband. I like it very much. Looking at the moon wheel that was constantly flying around her, Chang'e was very happy. I'm glad you like it. Ahem. As he spoke, Feng Zichen coughed again. Husband, you're injured. At this time, Chang'e found that Feng Zichen was injured. She quickly walked to his side and checked his injuries. What a strong power of the sun. Sensing the power of the sun in Feng Zichen's body, Chang'e's face changed. Without waiting for him to speak, she held his hand and tried to remove the power of the sun in his body by running the Sutra of Tai Yin. After that, everything fell into place. The two of them hugged each other naturally. Yin and Yang coexisted, deducing the power of creation. The power of the sun in Feng Zichen's body was completely refined. All kinds of insights about the Tao of the sun came to his mind. It gave him a deeper understanding of the Tao of the sun. In the boundless starry sky, the demon clan army had been assembled. Under the leadership of a group of demon gods, they drove huge battleships toward the untainted land. As far as the eye could see, the battleships were densely packed. There were as many as 10,000 battleships. And on each battleship, there were 10,000 demon clan soldiers. 10,000 battleships, 10,000 demon clan soldiers on each battleship. Together, there were 100 million demon clan soldiers. They were all half-step Daoist Jingxian. If they were given enough time, they might be able to take half a step closer and become the real Daoist Jingxian. These were the foundation of the demon clan, and also the elites of the demon clan. They were the elite selected from the billions of demon clansmen. The battle flag waved, and the huge battleships flew across the sky. The drums were like thunder. From afar, it was a black mass, like dark clouds. At this moment, as long as all living beings in the untainted land raised their heads, they could see the divine appearance of the demon clan army. However, the demon clan army came aggressively, but they did not achieve the desired effect. This was because they were intercepted on the way. It was the witch clan. It was difficult for the witch clan not to notice the demon clan's huge lineup. Therefore, they came and stopped the demon clan in mid-air, preventing them from entering the untainted land. No matter what the demon clan's purpose was, as long as the demon clan wanted to do something, they would definitely destroy it. Besides, the untainted land was the territory of the witch clan. It was not a place where the demon clan could come and go as they pleased. We are here on the orders of the Heavenly Emperor to attack the human clan. It has nothing to do with the witch clan. Please get out of the way. Bai Zhe walked forward and said. As the leader of the 10 great demon gods, Bai Zhe was the number one of the 4,000 demon gods of the demon clan. He was the commander of this expedition and he was the one who coordinated everything. According to his plan, in this great war between humans and demons, he would try his best not to fight with the witch clan. Quickly destroying the human clan was the right thing to do. Destroy the human clan? It has nothing to do with the witch clan. I've long heard that Bai Zhe is the sage of the demon clan. Now, it seems that he's just a so-so. Everyone in the untainted land knows that the human emperor of the human clan is the witch clan. Your demon clan wants to destroy the witch clan, and you still say that it has nothing to do with the witch clan. Are you a fool? After hearing Bai Zhe's words, the great witch Xianglu could not help but mock him. Xianglu was also a Khanate great witch and had a high status in the witch clan. He was the subordinate of the ancestor of Wood, Go Mang, and his status in the Go Mang tribe was second only to the ancestor of Go Mang. His words basically represented the intentions of the witch clan. Bastard. Bai Zhe's face turned green with anger. It had been many years since he had been humiliated like this. He just did not want to engage in a fearless battle with the witch clan at this moment. It was not that he was afraid of the witch clan. Since the witch clan wanted to fight, then let's fight. Kill. Bai Zhe didn't waste his breath and ordered coldly. Immediately, more than 4,000 demon gods flew out of the warship and charged towards the witch clan. The witch clan did not dare to show weakness. Without any orders, 4,000 great witches soared into the sky and faced the demon gods of the demon clan. The number of Daoist Jingxian between the witch clan and the demon clan was basically equal. The demon clan had many clansmen and a large base. Therefore, 4,000 Daoist demon gods could be born. As for the witch clan, although they had few clansmen, they had good talent. As the blood descendants left behind by Pangu, the talent of the witch clan could be said to be the best in the primordial world apart from the Khanate god fiends. This point, no other clan could compare to it. However, the number of Daoist Jingxian was equal, but the demon clan did have a lot of advantages over the cultivators below. It was almost tens of thousands of times more than the witch clan. These two clans that dominated the primordial world could be said to be two extremes. One with quantity, and the other one with quality. It was hard to say who was good and who was bad. It could only be said that each had its advantages and disadvantages. After countless years of war, the witch clan and the demon clan had long accumulated a deep blood feud that could not be forgotten. Both parties wished that they could destroy each other completely. As soon as they met, there was no need for words to provoke each other. They would directly fight to the death. Therefore, This great war between the witch clan and the demon clan was a life-and-death battle the moment it broke out. The battle was abnormally tragic, and the entire void was shattered. The previous battle between humans and demons was like playing house in front of this battle. Chapter 475. Fortunately, this battle took place at the boundary between the heavens and the earth. Otherwise, it would cause unimaginable damage to the eldritch world. The demon race has sent reinforcements so quickly? Or did they send out their entire army? In the human race, Feng Zichen suddenly raised his head and said in surprise. Although Feng Zichen knew that Emperor Jun would take revenge on him, he did not expect that the demon tribe would act so quickly and almost turn out in full force. Was it necessary to deal with a mere human? It seems that Di Jun is quite angry. Looking at the demon race army in the sky, Feng Zichen was not worried. Instead, he was happy. The last thing he was afraid of was the demon race's entire army. If the demon race came in batches to destroy the human race, it would be troublesome. Make a scene, make a scene. The bigger the scene, the better. The more demon race people came, the more the sorcerer race would treat it seriously. Now that the human race had mobilized their entire army, the human race had nothing to do. The sorcerer race would never allow so many demon race people to enter the eldritch world. Pass down my order. The entire army is on alert. Be prepared to meet the enemy at any time. After looking at the sky for a while, Feng Zichen estimated that this battle would not stop for at least 1,000 years. However, during this period, the human race still had to be vigilant. Who knew if the demon race had any backup plans to deal with the human race? Boom! Following Feng Zichen's order, the entire human race was activated. The immortal dragon city stood up and surrounded the human race territory. The immortal dragon's soul roared to the sky and swayed its huge body. It circled above the human race territory and protected the human race. At the same time, the chaos formation was also activated. A huge chaos light screen rose and covered the entire human race territory, preventing outsiders from entering. That should be enough, right? Looking at the human race's line of defense, Feng Zichen did not relax at all. However, he had done what he should. Next, it was up to the heavens. The war between the shamans and the demons shocked the whole untainted land. Many people looked over. However, when they saw that this battle did not involve quasi-saints, they inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that no sage-to-be joined meant that the shamans and demons had not completely turned against each other. The great calamity that would engulf the entire untainted land had not yet arrived. Back then, a great war broke out between the three connate races and almost destroyed the primitive world. And the strength of the shaman and demon clans far surpassed the strength of the three innate clans. If they fought, the primordial world would be in trouble. These powerful beings might not be able to stay out of it, so they were very worried. The battle between nearly 10,000 Daoist Jingxian is truly shocking. One of the great divine powers exclaimed as he watched the two sorcerer tribes fighting. A chaotic battle between nearly 10,000 Daoist Jingxian was probably the first since the creation of the world. Who wouldn't be shocked when they saw this? Poor Wei's chance has come. East Sea, Penglai Island. Xianqing, who was in seclusion to comprehend the innate runes, suddenly opened his eyes. It's time for the talisman Dao to appear. Looking at the battlefield in the sky, Xianqing said in a daze. After so many years, he had finally comprehended the innate talisman Dao. He had thought that with his accumulation and the Yuan Dao talisman, it would be a simple matter to create the innate talisman Dao. However, Xianqing had overestimated himself. Ever since he returned from the netherworld, he had been in seclusion, trying to create the innate talisman Dao. However, he had failed. Yes. It was not a failure. He had created the talisman Dao. However, it was not the talisman Dao in his heart. It was the talisman Dao of the later generations. Inscribing the innate runes on spiritual objects to borrow the power of the gods of heaven and earth to erupt with power beyond one's own level. This was very simple. As long as one had a deep understanding of the innate runes, it could be done easily. However, it was easy to reach the upper limit in this way. It could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, but it could not mobilize the power of the innate Tao. In other words, it was impossible to prove Daoist Jinxian's Tao. It was even impossible to prove Tai Jinxian's Tao. At the end of the cultivation, if one wanted to continue to break through, one had to become one with the Tao. The talisman Tao created by Xianqing could not inherit the Tao. Obviously, it could not do this. That was to say, Xianqing's talisman Tao could make people live forever, but it could not prove the Tao. In the future, this was naturally nothing. Being able to live forever was enough to make people yearn for it. However, it could not be done now. It could not achieve Daoist Jinxian's Tao. No matter how miraculous it was, no one would take a look at it. Therefore, Xianqing gave it up. Even if the Tao he created could not become mainstream, it had to be qualified to become mainstream. If it could not achieve Daoist Jinxian's Tao, what was the use of creating it? Wasn't that a joke? After that, Xianqing looked at the innate runes repeatedly. He exhausted his wisdom and finally got inspiration from the 3 Tao of pills, artifacts, and formations. Xianqing traced the origin of these 3 Daos and found that the essence of these 3 Daos was a use of the innate runes. No, to be more precise. All the cultivation systems now were created with the innate runes as the foundation. Even the heavenly Tao, its essence was also the innate runes. It was just that the innate runes that formed it were too complicated and too huge. It was difficult for people to understand. After discovering this, Xianqing, no, Feng Zichen, was moved. Why didn't he bypass everything and use the innate runes as the foundation to create a new cultivation path? A path that included the talisman Tao but was broader and deeper. He did it when he thought of it. With inspiration, Xianqing, Feng Zichen, continued to study it. In the blink of an eye, countless years had passed. And the new talisman Tao, which was the innate talisman Tao, was finally created by Feng Zichen. What was the talisman Tao? Using talismans to carry the Tao was the talisman Tao. This innate talisman Tao was countless steps closer to the postnatal talisman Tao. Not only did it include the method of refining talismans of the later generations, but it also used this as the foundation to expand crazily. The talismans of the later generations could only borrow the power of heaven and earth. And the innate talisman could control the power of heaven and earth. Although they both used the power of heaven and earth, the former was borrowed, while the latter was the master. The difference between them was huge. According to Feng Zichen's idea, those who cultivated the innate talisman Tao would first comprehend the innate runes of heaven and earth, and then use this as the foundation to condense a natal talisman. This natal talisman was the foundation of a talisman Tao cultivator. In the future, they would rely on it to carry the Tao and become Daoist Jinxian. Talismans had the meaning of command. The innate talisman Tao meant to command the Tao of heaven and earth. With the natal talisman, one could condense the power of heaven and earth, and then use the power of heaven and earth to achieve the ability to command all things in heaven and earth. With the power of heaven and earth in one's body, this would put an end to it. In the future, when the gods returned to their positions and performed their duties, they would have to obtain their consent to borrow the power of heaven and earth. In this way, the mighty power would belong to oneself. Poor Wei, Xianqing, saw a trace of heaven's secret in the dark. Today, I specially set up a Tao to open up the great Tao for all living beings in the primordial world. This Tao is called the innate talisman Tao. With the innate talisman Tao, all the Tao of heaven and earth can be understood. Standing above the East Sea, Xianqing held the Yuan Taoist talisman in his hand and said slowly, "Boom!" A terrifying aura rose from Xianqing's body. Then, innate runes surged out of his body and gathered into an innate talisman. This was Xianqing's natal talisman. He was deducing the cultivation process of the innate talisman Tao. Condensing the natal talisman meant that one had officially entered the innate talisman Tao and became a cultivator in the innate realm. As for why he was not an acquired realm cultivator, it was naturally because in today's era, acquired realm cultivators were really not mainstream and had no human rights. Then, this innate talisman constantly blended with heaven and earth and branded more innate runes on his body, making the patterns on his body more complex and mysterious. Finally, as this innate talisman blended with heaven and earth, the power of heaven and earth appeared on his body. Although it was only a trace, it also meant that he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The void refinement realm was also the sun god realm. Cultivating the innate talisman to this level meant that the cultivator had reached this realm. When the power of heaven and earth on the innate talisman reached the limit, it transformed again and a trace of power appeared on his body. Celestial Immortal. When the power of heaven and earth appeared on the innate talisman, it meant that he had become an immortal. The power of heaven and earth became stronger and stronger, and gradually, a mysterious light was produced. This was the mystic immortal realm. When the mysterious light evolved to the limit, it became an immortal light. This was the golden immortal realm. At this realm, one's true spirit would be immortal and one's lifespan would be eternal. Only then could one be completely free from birth, old age, sickness, and death. It could be said that one would live as long as heaven and earth and shine as brilliantly as the sun and moon. The immortality that the later generations pursued was the realm of golden immortals. At this time, the innate talisman had evolved to the limit. If he wanted to take another step, he had to transform and sublimate, and merge with Tao. Boom! The figure of the innate talisman shook as if it had broken some kind of limit and came to the world of Tao. A ray of Tao light rose from its body. Under this influence, the shape of the innate talisman began to change and gradually approached the appearance of a Tao seal. However, the power of merging with Tao alone was not enough to promote the transformation of the innate talisman. In the end, when the transformation of the innate talisman was complete, it became a Tao seal. An illusory Tao seal. Tai Jingxian. At this stage, the innate talisman represented the realm of Tai Jingxian. When the Tao seal completely solidified, it would be the time for it to become Daoist Jingxian. Boom! The illusory Tao seal suddenly shook and countless innate talismans flew out and merged with it, completely solidifying its body. Buzz! An aura of the Tao of heaven and earth spontaneously emanated from the Tao seal. It was as deep as the sea and mysterious and unpredictable. At this moment, it seemed to have become the incarnation of Tao. Using talismans to carry Tao. This was the highest achievement of the innate talisman Tao. The aura of the Tao emitted from this Tao seal was exactly the same as the Tao of the innate clear spirit. It was the Tao of the Xianqing Tao. In other words, this Tao seal was the Daoist Tao fruit of the Xianqing Tao. Using the innate spiritual treasure Yuan Tao talisman to suppress fate, forget the Tao of heaven. Innate talisman Tao, rise! Xianqing shouted loudly as he sacrificed the Tao fruit to the 9 heavens and the deepest part of the eldritch world. That was the place closest to the Tao of heaven. The Tao fruit was long and radiant, explaining the mysteries of the innate talisman Tao. In an instant, everything about the innate talisman Tao was controlled by the Tao of heaven. Rumble. The entire eldritch world suddenly became oppressive. Even the witches and demons who were in the middle of a fierce battle stopped and stood quietly at the side. Because, the Tao of heaven had descended. Yes. An extremely loud but cold voice resounded throughout the eldritch world and clearly entered the ears of every living being. This was the voice of the Tao of heaven. He recognized the existence of the innate talisman Tao. Rumble. An even larger innate talisman appeared and hung high in the sky for everyone to see. Then, this innate talisman Tao displayed the cultivation methods of the innate talisman Tao. Preaching. Preaching. This was the Tao of heaven personally helping Xianqing spread the innate talisman Tao. The innate talisman Tao existed in the eldritch world for 100 years before slowly dissipating. And in these 100 years, there was no war in the eldritch world. All the races fell into a strange silence and did not dare to start a war to avoid attracting the attention of the Tao of heaven. Even the witches were no exception. Rumble. After the preaching, Xuanqing's reward came. Above the sky, a bright golden light appeared and then became more and more, covering a part of the sky. That was the heaven and earth merit. Endless heaven and earth merit. It was about half of the merit that Feng Zichen obtained when he established the innate sword Dao. The innate sword Dao came from the postnatal reverse, which was unprecedented. It had great creation, great luck, and great merit, more than the merit of a saint. The merit could be ranked in the top 3 in the Eldritch world, second only to the reincarnation of Hutu and Nuwa. To have half of the merit of establishing the innate talisman Dao was already not a small amount. It could let an ordinary person who had never cultivated enter the sage-to-be realm. Boom! The heaven and earth merit fell and split into 2. 80% flew to Xianxing and 20% flew to the first essence Dao talisman. The first essence Dao talisman was considered Feng Zichen's lifetime numinous treasure. It was a supreme grade treasure and contained the changes of Khanate runes. This treasure played a huge role in Xianxing being able to establish the Khanate talisman Dao. Therefore, it could receive 20% of the merit. Of course. That was not its most precious part. Its most precious part was that it was not a Khanate numinous treasure nurtured by the primordial world but created by the great Dao. In other words, the quality of the first essence Dao talisman was extremely high. If it was nurtured well, it might be able to advance to a Khanate cardinal treasure. Buzz! After absorbing 20% of the heaven and earth merit, the first essence Dao talisman lit up with a ray of light. Its quality improved slightly and it was a small step closer to becoming a Khanate cardinal treasure. Seeing that the heaven and earth merit was useful for the first essence Dao talisman, Xianxing did not hesitate and injected 80% of his merit into its body. Buzz! Buzz! The first essence Dao talisman trembled violently and countless Khanate runes appeared on its body alternately, deducing the mysteries of the great Dao, and its aura became stronger. Unfortunately, the merit of establishing the Khanate talisman Dao was not enough to raise it to the level of a Khanate cardinal treasure. When the merit was exhausted, although the aura of the first essence Dao talisman was several times stronger, it was still a supreme grade Khanate numinous treasure. It could only be said that it was infinitely close to a Khanate cardinal treasure but was still a step away. However, Xianxing was already very satisfied with that. Khanate cardinal treasures were too rare and could not be forced. After the merit, Xuanqing's second reward came. The augmentation of the myriad Dao. With the power of the myriad Dao augmenting his body, he could observe the world at a higher realm to increase his Dao comprehension. Chapter 476. The mysteries of heaven and earth were in front of him, and all kinds of feelings floated in Xianqing's heart, causing him to fall into a wonderful state. An auspicious cloud rose from Xianqing's head. It was the same color as the sky, and the innate clear spirit qi filled the air. Then, the 3 flowers swayed out. They were all of the 12th realm and emitted natural spiritual energy. Daoist Jingxian had reached perfection. At this moment, Daoist Jingxian's Xianqing realm had reached its peak. Next, all he needed to do was to use the innate spiritual treasure to imbue the good and evil obsessions and sever one of them. Then, he would be able to become a pre-saint. Actually, Xianqing's current accumulation was enough to break through to the sage-to-be realm. When he was determined to become the great emperor of the Eastern Pole, Qinghua, to save the people and save the world, he understood the kindness in his heart. Today, he had created the Khanate talisman Dao and his cultivation had reached the peak of Daoist Jingxian. In theory, he could cut off the good corpse at any time and cultivate into a quasi-saint corpse. But in reality, Xianqing was unable to break through to quasi-saint. His cultivation time was too short, and he had not been baptized by the cataclysmic tribulation. He needed the next cataclysmic tribulation to break through. It's over. After retreating from the Dao realm, Xianqing felt a little lost. That kind of feeling was really wonderful and it left him with an endless aftertaste. Unfortunately, this state of being blessed by the myriad Daos could only be obtained by those with great merit, and it was only temporary. If he wanted to experience it again, he didn't know if he would have the chance. With the establishment of innate talisman Taoism, the next step is to find a way to promote talisman Taoism. However, Xianqing soon returned to his senses and began to plan for the next period of time. That was the flourishing of the Khanate talisman Dao. Nowadays, the whole untainted land was in turmoil because of the war between the liches and the demons. It was an unprecedented chaotic world and the best time for the innate talisman Taoism to flourish. What are the characteristics of talisman Dao? It was talisman drawing. It was the weak defeating the strong. When the primordial world fell into chaos, it was Xianqing's opportunity. As long as he explained the characteristics of the innate talisman Taoism to the living beings of the primordial world, the living beings would definitely rush to practice the talisman Taoism. Even if it wasn't his main cultivation, he still had to take it as a secondary cultivation and practice the Dao of talisman drawing. Just imagine, if one were to suddenly take out a large stack of talismans during a battle, wouldn't the situation of the battle be reversed in an instant? On the battlefield, those who could become the mainstream were those who could increase their chances of survival. Moreover, when people were facing death, they would often be able to stimulate their great potential and explode with astonishing wisdom, achieving all kinds of unbelievable achievements. The sparks of wisdom were blossoming, giving birth to all kinds of wonderful ideas. With the help of some primitive beings who didn't want to die, the Dao of talisman would definitely develop rapidly. Presumably, some powerful and strange Dao talismans would appear in the primordial world. Chaotic times were the golden age of the Khanate talisman Dao. In this peaceful and prosperous age, everyone was focused on comprehending the great Dao. There was no chance for these unorthodox methods and cultivation skills to flourish. With a plan in mind, Xianqing waved his sleeves and sent out his token in the air, beginning to gather the disciples of the Jie sect. Of course, the purpose of gathering them was to draw talismans. Even if Xianqing drew for 1,000 years, he wouldn't be able to draw many Dao talismans. However, with the help of the disciples of Jie school, it would be different. Except for Daoist Jinxian's Dao talismans, he had enough Dao talismans of other levels to supply the entire human race. Thinking about it, with the help of the Dao talismans, even if the human race still couldn't defeat the demons, they could still cause huge damage to them. As for the disciples of Jie school, they didn't know how to draw Dao talismans. Xianqing expressed that it didn't matter. If they didn't know, they could learn. Putting everything else aside, the thing that Jie school didn't lack the most was talents. Especially talents who were proficient in unorthodox methods. Most of the cultivation arts in the future were created by the disciples of Jie school. Perhaps, the 100 arts didn't flourish in their hands, but they still had to be blamed for the source. Wouldn't it be easy for such a talent to learn how to draw talismans? The heavenly Dao retreated. The magi and demons looked at each other and started fighting again. Now, the reason for the war basically had nothing to do with the human race. The main reason was the blood feud between the magi and demons that couldn't be resolved. After fighting for so long, the anger of the two races had been ignited. Especially under the influence of the tribulation aura, the hatred of the past surged into their hearts, almost making them lose their minds. Therefore, they fought even more fiercely, fighting with their lives on the line. Of course, there were those who lost their minds, and there were also those who didn't, such as the 10 great demon gods. After all, those who had been baptized by the East Emperor Bel were more resistant to the tribulation aura than ordinary people. Bai Zhe, who was not blinded by hatred, always remembered their purpose of coming here and the task that Di Jun had given them. Therefore, in the increasingly tragic battle, he found an opportunity to work together with the other 9 great demon gods to forcefully tear a gap in the strong defense line of the Magi and send an elite of the demon clan into the untainted land. You're courting death. Seeing this, Xiang Lu was furious. He was about to activate the Khanate spirit treasure in his hand to kill all the elites of the demon clan. Under the full defense of the Magi, there was still an elite of the demon clan entering the untainted land. What an irony for the Magi. As a grand magus, Xiang Lu couldn't accept this humiliation. How dare you? It wasn't easy to send people into the untainted land. How could Bai Zhe watch Xiang Lu kill them? Therefore, at this moment, Bai Zhe attacked Xiang Lu without reservation, forcing him to not attack the elites of the demon clan. Bastard! Bai Zhe came aggressively. Xiang Lu didn't dare to underestimate him and hurriedly stood up to block him. Affected by this, he was no longer able to attack the elites of the demon clan. He could only watch them escape into the distance. Therefore, Xiang Lu became more and more furious. He vented his anger on Bai Zhe and fought with him crazily. On the other side, there were about 50,000 elites of the demon clan. As soon as they landed, they rushed toward the human clan. Their purpose was obvious. In the imperial court of human Dao, Feng Zichen suddenly trembled. An image appeared in his mind. It was the image of the human experts fighting with the 50,000 demon clan troops. This was the ability to predict the future. It was one of the 36 supreme theurgies of the Big Dipper. It could see the past, present, and future. It could see through the secrets of heaven and predict the future. It could know the fate of all living beings and know all karma. Oh no! The demon clan is here. With a thought, Feng Zichen knew the cause and effect. He was about to use his theurgy to kill all the elites of the demon clan. But just as he raised his right hand, before he could use his theurgy, he sensed that there were three gazes in the void looking at him from afar. The aura of the owners of the three lines of sight was very similar to Di Jun's aura. However, there were some subtle differences. Is it Di Jun? No. It's his three corpses. Chapter 477. Among the three auras, Feng Zichen sensed the aura of Di Jun's evil corpse. The identities of the other two were self-evident. They were Di Jun's good corpse and self-corpse. Even the evil corpse and Di Jun's three corpses had appeared. Hiss, Di Jun actually severed the three corpses. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart was suddenly shocked. One had to know that among the 6 saints, only the Taiqing saint had severed the 3 corpses. The rest had only severed the good and evil corpses. Even Nuwa had severed the good corpse. As the saying went, good and evil were easy to sever, but it was difficult to know oneself. From this, one could see how shocking it was that Di Jun could sever the 3 corpses. But immediately, he calmed down. Wasn't it normal for Di Jun to sever the 3 corpses? Otherwise, why would he dare to enter seclusion to break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm? It was because he had severed the 3 corpses. Not only Di Jun, but all the half-step primordial chaos existences in the celestial sect of wonders had probably severed the 3 corpses. This was the method of Dao ancestor Hong Jun to become a saint, and it was also the method of becoming the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. As the successor of the celestial sect of wonders, this method was naturally the first choice for the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders to achieve the Dao. Of course, other than using strength to achieve the Dao, this was the only way they knew. His expression changed for a while, and Feng Zichen slowly withdrew his hand. With Di Jun's 3 corpses, he probably wouldn't have the chance to attack this group of demon elites. Believe it or not, as soon as he attacked, Di Jun's 3 corpses, together with all the quasi-saints of the demon race, would attack him together and blast the human territory into pieces. Di Jun was warning him. As long as he didn't attack, the quasi-saints of the demon race wouldn't attack. Di Jun, oh Di Jun, you send out the 3 corpses. Although I can't interfere with this battle between humans and demons, you inadvertently exposed your strength. Do you know? You, Di Jun, the great desolate celestial emperor, are not as powerful as I imagined. Feng Zichen thought to himself as he sat back on the throne. This time, Di Jun exposed his real realm. He was still far from breaking through the realm of origin Daoist Jingxian. He was not as close as the powerful mediums in Untainted Land had guessed. Severing the 3 corpses was only the end of the quasi-sage path, reaching the great circle of quasi-sage. After that, he still needed to combine the 3 corpses into one before he could be considered to have reached the realm of the primordial Daoist Jingxian. Obviously, Di Jun had failed to do so. Otherwise, his 3 corpses would not have come out to wander around. Instead, they would have gone into seclusion with him. On the other hand, Dong Huangtai had not made a move for a long time, which made Feng Zichen worried. He had already caused so much trouble for the demon clan, but Dong Huangtai did not react at all. He did not even show the shadow of the 3 corpses. Obviously, he had reached a critical moment and was about to combine the 3 corpses. If Dong Huangtai really succeeded, then the human clan would have no hope. On this day, the demon clan elites finally arrived outside the immortal dragon city after traveling for several years in the untainted land. The untainted land was too big. Just traveling alone had wasted a lot of time for the demon clan elites. Fortunately, the elites of the sorcerer tribe were fighting with the elites of the demon tribe in the sky. Their journey was smooth and they did not encounter any trouble. Kill. Seeing the immortal dragon city, the leading demon general gave the order. The demon clan army immediately got into formation and advanced forward. This time, the demon clan army had a total of 50,000 people. It was 10 times more than the previous time. The Khanate formation they used was naturally different. As the formation took shape, the shadows of 108 ancient stars slowly rose above the demon clan elites. They faced the 108 main stars of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends in the boundless starry sky. Minor Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. This was the name of this formation. It was one of the top 10 Khanate formations that the demon clan had mastered. Wang. In the boundless starry sky, the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends trembled inexplicably. A total of 108 stars fell down towards the shadows of the main stars. This was the function of the Minor Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. It borrowed the power of the 108 main stars of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends in the boundless starry sky to fight for it. Rumble. It was as if an ancient god was awakening. Terrifying auras spread out from the shadows of the stars. Then, the shadows of gods walked out from the shadows of the stars and charged towards the immortal dragon city. Every main star of the untainted land represented a Khanate Dao. These gods that walked out from the shadows of the main stars were the gods that they gave birth to. They were the Khanate gods, the embodiment of Dao. They were also the Khanate star gods when they became Daoist Jinxian. In other words, these shadows were the projections of Daoist Jinxian and possessed the power of Daoist Jinxian. A star god clenched his fists and punched towards the immortal dragon city. Bang! 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 Daoist Jinxian's power was so strong that the immortal dragon city trembled uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the fact that it had devoured the flesh of thousands of demon clan elites, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the attacks of these star gods. However, even so, the immortal dragon city was on the verge of collapse under the attacks of the star gods. It was as if it would be destroyed at any time. Die, demon clan! At this moment, 9 powerful auras rose from the back of the humans. They turned into 9 towering figures and charged towards the demon clan elites. They were the 9 human kings. Each of them was comparable to Daoist Jinxian. Facing 50,000 demon clan elites, Feng Zichen didn't panic at all. Even if the 9 human kings were here. With the 9 human kings attacking, there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. One Daoist Jinxian might not be able to defeat 50,000 well-trained demon clan elites. However, with 9 Daoist Jinxian attacking at the same time, no matter how exquisite the demon clan's formation was, it couldn't withstand the great power of Daoist Jinxian. Not long after, the demon clan elites were all annihilated. Damn it! In the sky, the demon clan elites were all dead. Bai Zhe sensed it immediately. He couldn't help but roar and charge towards the sorcerer tribe. Pass down my orders. All soldiers, break through the sorcerer tribe's defense line at all costs. Enter the eldritch world and destroy the humans. Bai Zhe was furious and gave the order. Yes. The demon clan army received the order and charged towards the sorcerer tribe. In Daoist Jinxian's side, the demon clan and the sorcerer tribe had about the same number of troops. However, the difference between the cultivators below them was much greater. The demon clan had 10,000 times more Tai Jingxian than the sorcerer tribe. Therefore, under the relentless attacks of the demon clan elites, the sorcerer tribe elites resisted for 100 years with great difficulty. In the end, they were no match for the demon clan's human wave attack and were defeated. This also meant that the defense line set up by the sorcerer tribe had completely lost its effect. The demon clan elites attacked the eldritch world. Fortunately, although the sorcerer tribe elites were defeated, the grand sorcerers didn't. They even gained a huge advantage and suppressed the demon gods. Of course, they would suppress the demon gods. In the past, when the sorcerer tribe hadn't cultivated the fiend god path, the demon gods couldn't defeat the grand sorcerers. Now, the grand sorcerers cultivated the fiend god path. Not only did their strength improve, but they also made up for their shortcomings and could use connate spirit treasures. The demon gods. How could they be a match for the grand sorcerers? It was normal for them to be suppressed. Kill. After the demon clan army arrived at the eldritch world, the first thing they did was to confirm the location of the human clan's territory and then rush there. Moreover, unlike the demon clan elite sent by Bai Zhe, this demon clan army came to the eldritch world on a star boat. In other words, they would be very fast. Of course, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that there were more than 90 million of them. Other than those who died in the battle with the sorcerer tribe army, all the remaining demon clan elites had gathered here. Driving thousands of ragged star boats, they marched towards the human army in a formidable array. In just a few days, this demon clan army arrived at the immortal dragon city. What a strong defense. But against the demon clan, no matter how strong the defense is, it's like paper. The leader of the demon lords looked at the immortal dragon city from afar and sighed in admiration. But this couldn't stop the demon clan army. Just as he had said, no defense could stop the advance of the demon race army. Because even the powerful sorcerer tribe had been defeated. Who else in the eldritch world could compete with them? Soldiers, get into formation. Form the heavenly cycle stars formation. The demon lord waved his hand and ordered coldly. Then, 364 demon gods with star power around them flew up from the demon clan army with heavenly cycle star streamers in their hands. Then, the demon clan army moved. With the 364 demon gods in the sky as the benchmark, they divided into 364 armies. Boom! More than 90 million demon clan soldiers activated their dermic powers at the same time and infused them into the heavenly cycle star streamers. In an instant, a huge amount of demon aura shot up into the sky and dyed the sky black. Zhouxing and the boundless starry sky vibrated together. Each of them sent down strands of star power toward the heavenly cycle star streamers. The heavenly cycle stars formation was completed. At the same time, the demon aura that covered the sky was dispersed by the endless star power. The heavenly cycle stars formation was the most powerful formation of the demon clan. It was also the formation that could bring out the full strength of the demon clan. It wasn't that the demon clan couldn't set up this formation without Zhouxing. Instead, the heavenly cycle stars formation set up by Zhouxing was the most powerful. The heavenly cycle stars formation's strength lay in its Zhouxing. Without Zhouxing, this formation would still be profound. However, it wouldn't be one of the top 3 formations in the primordial world. It would only be one of the top 10. With the heavenly cycle star streamers, the demon clan could also set up the heavenly cycle stars formation. However, its strength would be greatly reduced. Yes. It was the standard of being one of the top 10 in the primordial world. Of course, even so, the strength of the heavenly cycle stars formation was far from what humans could contend against. With this formation, the demon clan will be able to dominate the primordial world. The demon lord leading the demon clan was somewhat mesmerized by the magnificent heavenly cycle stars formation. This person was different from other demon clan members. He was a true connate god fiend, the darling of heaven and earth. He was destined to become Daoist Jingxian. Even demon gods had to address him as fellow Daoist. Therefore, He was known as the Demon Lord and was the commander of the 90 million demon clan soldiers. As for the 364 demon lords holding the heavenly cycle star streamers, they weren't simple either. They weren't Khanate god fiends but the sons of demon gods. Yes, they were the sons of the demon god overseeing Zhousing. Chapter 478. Because of this, they were able to stand out from the billions of demons and wield the heavenly cycle star banner. Kill. For the glory of the demons, slaughter the humans. At the command of the demon lord, the demon army activated the formation with all their might and launched an attack on the humans. Illusory images of ancient stars appeared one after another, emitting a vast aura. They froze the surrounding void, laws, great Tao, and Khanate Qi. At the same time, stalwart figures walked out from the illusory images of the stars. They controlled the power of the stars and blasted toward the immortal dragon city. As for the human race experts, they were shocked speechless when they saw the endless demon race army rushing over. When the heavenly cycle star formation appeared, the human experts fell into despair. How are we going to fight? The difference was too great. With so many demon armies working together to set up the heavenly cycle star formation, even Daoist Jingxian would probably be refined to death without any chance of survival. For a moment, the humans were in danger. Ha! With a deep roar, the 9 lords attacked together. They stood in the void in the position of the 9 palaces and activated the chaos formation with all their might. The demons' attack was too strong. The immortal dragon city alone would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, the 9 lords did not hesitate to activate the strongest formation of the humans, the chaos formation, to resist the heavenly cycle star formation of the demons. The human experts could lose confidence and despair, but the 9 lords could not. They were the backbone of the humans. If they lost all hope, the humans would really have no hope. In an instant, 9 Khanate spiritual treasures appeared and emitted shocking waves. The chaos light screen underwent a huge change. Streaks of light appeared from its body, emitting a primordial aura. Those were Khanate Tao laws. The Khanate Tao laws emitted by the 9 Khanate spiritual treasures. With them, the defense of the chaos formation would be greatly improved. It could even become the strongest defense in the primordial world. Unfortunately, as the most important components of the chaos formation, the 9 Khanate spiritual treasures had not been collected by Feng Zichen. Only 4 of the Khanate spiritual treasures were real. The other 5 were just illusory images. In other words, this great primal chaos array was just like the great heavenly cycle star array of the demon race. It was incomplete and imperfect. Therefore, the current primal chaos formation was still quite a distance away from the strongest defense of the primordial world. Rumble. After being blasted away by the massive heavenly cycle star formation's attack, the chaotic light screen emitted a loud creaking sound. It first shook for a moment before it suddenly shattered. However, the demon race's attack had exhausted all of its strength. Swoosh! With a flash of chaotic light, the chaotic light screen was restored to its original state, firmly blocking the advance of the demon army. The chaos bead was the foundation of the chaos array. As long as it was not destroyed, the chaos array would not be destroyed. Naturally, the chaos light screen would be reborn as it was destroyed. What a miraculous formation! It can actually block the attack of the grand heavenly cycle star formation. But how many times can you block it? Seeing that this attack did not work, the leader of the demon lords could not help but be a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. There were countless capable people in the primordial world with endless means. It was normal for them to be able to block 1 or 2 attacks from the demons. Again. The leader of the demon lords ordered again. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of terrifying starlight shot out from the massive heavenly cycle star formation and blasted towards the humans. The power contained in the starlight was already enough to severely injure Daoist Jingxian. However, such a powerful force was blocked by the great primal chaos formation every single time. Although the chaotic light screen had to be broken every time to block the attack of the massive heavenly cycle star formation, it was reborn every time. Whenever the chaotic light screen was broken, it would regenerate in the next moment. Thus, the attacks of the massive heavenly cycle star formation would never be able to harm the humans. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? Only then did the leader of the demon lords realize that something was amiss. The massive heavenly cycle star formation was one of the most powerful formations in the primordial world. Only a connate formation of the same level could block its attack. I did not expect a mere human to possess a connate formation that is comparable to the massive heavenly cycle star formation. How surprising. But I don't believe that you can really block the attack of the massive heavenly cycle star formation. All soldiers, listen up. Activate the formation with all your might and attack the humans at all costs. The massive heavenly cycle star formation had been famous in the primordial world for many years. Apart from the 12 divine beings formation, it had never met a worthy opponent. The demon lords did not believe that any connate formation of the humans could block it. Roar! The demon army did not hold back. They unleashed all their power and activated the massive heavenly cycle star formation. For a moment, the power of the stars fell from the sky like rain. Zhouxing's shadow was even more dazzling. It was as if it had a physical body and truly descended from the boundless starry sky. From afar, this place seemed to have become a boundless starry sky. Kill. The demon race's change brought great pressure to the 9 kings of the human race, forcing them to change their strategy. They switched from defense to offense and activated the massive heavenly cycle star formation to attack the demon race army. Swoosh, 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 beams of connate divine light shot out from the massive heavenly cycle star formation. They were extremely dazzling and drowned the demon race army like a river of stars. Connate chi turning into connate divine light was a further application of the massive heavenly cycle star formation. The next step would be to turn the connate divine light into connate god fiends. At that time, the massive heavenly cycle star formation would be at its peak state and be able to fight against the complete massive heavenly cycle star formation. But now, the 9 great connate spiritual treasures were not complete. The massive heavenly cycle star formation could not reach this stage yet. Rumble. The massive heavenly cycle star formation was activated and turned into a huge star formation. It protected the demon race army and prevented them from being destroyed by the connate divine light. Bang 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 bang, the connate divine light hit the massive heavenly cycle star formation and produced a series of loud bangs. However, it could not break through its defense and even showed signs of being defeated by the massive heavenly cycle star formation's counterattack. Oh no! Your Majesty, we are here to lend you a helping hand. Above the immortal dragon city, the human experts saw that the massive heavenly cycle star formation was at a disadvantage. They all stepped forward to help the 9 kings activate the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Seeing that the demon race army was unable to break through the massive heavenly cycle star formation, the human experts gradually regained their confidence. The demon race was not that scary after all. With confidence, they immediately took action and began to counterattack. Although the human experts were not strong, no matter how small an ant was, it was still meat. They could share a lot of the pressure for the 9 lords. Count me in. The void shook, and Yang's figure walked out. He stood with the 9 lords and activated the massive heavenly cycle star formation with all his might. Yang of the human race, the previous king of the human race, the only disciple of Saint Tai Ching, and the real Daoist Jingxian. With his help, the pressure on the 9 lords was greatly reduced. And us. After Yang, 3 more divine lights came from outer space and fell into the massive heavenly cycle star formation. They were the 3 ancestors of the human race, Swerin, the Chou clan, and the Zi clan. The 3 of them were all Daoist Jingxian. They had been cultivating in Jinxiu heaven. Now that they sensed that the human race was in danger, they quickly returned from outer space. Greetings, Emperor Sui. All the humans present here were extremely excited when they saw Swerin return, and even their battle intent rose greatly. In the current human race, only Suiren could compare to Feng Zichen in terms of reputation, apart from Nuwa. He was the one who lit the fire of civilization for the human race. He was the real ancestor of the human race. Everyone, it's more important to deal with the demons. Suiren and the other two also knew that now was not the time for small talk. They quickly activated their magic power to help the Nine Lords activate the massive heavenly cycle star formation. With the help of the 4 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, the power of the Grand Primal Chaos formation instantly multiplied. The Grand Heavenly Cycle Star formation could no longer resist its power. The situation was turning around, and the scales of victory were gradually tilting towards the human race. However, at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. In the sky, the Heavenly Cycle Demon God, who was fighting with the Grand Shaman, sensed that the situation below was not good. He was shocked and quickly sent out a trace of his divine consciousness to activate Zhouxing and increase the output of star power below. However, the battle of the Daoist. He could not afford to be distracted at all. In order to help the demon army below, the Heavenly Cycle Demon God was beaten to a pulp by the Grand Shamans. However, he had achieved his goal. Streaks of powerful star power descended from the boundless starry sky and poured into the Heavenly Cycle Star banner. Boom! 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 However, the star power was too strong. It was so strong that the Heavenly Cycle Star banner controlled by the demon army could no longer withstand it and shattered. The shattering of the Heavenly Cycle Star banner triggered a series of huge changes. The first to bear the brunt was the massive Heavenly Cycle Star formation. Even the foundation of the formation was shattered. The massive Heavenly Cycle Star formation could no longer be maintained and exploded as well. Boom! A sound that shook the entire untainted land was heard. Vast amounts of star power surged out and destroyed everything in Zhou Zeo's way. After a long time, the star power slowly calmed down. As for the battlefield, it had become a complete mess. The void was filled with cracks, torn apart by the star power. The massive Heavenly Cycle Star formation was also shattered by the huge impact and could not be restored. The Immortal Dragon City was also riddled with holes. The human experts were all injured and had completely lost their ability to fight. Fortunately, the 12 Daoist Jingxian of the human race did not suffer too much damage. On the other hand, the demons, who were clearly at the center of the explosion, used some unknown method to not suffer too much damage and still maintain their fighting strength. Form the formation. Form the Great Nine Heavens formation. The moment the massive Heavenly Cycle Star formation shattered, the demons seemed to have been prepared and immediately moved. They changed their formation at the fastest speed and formed another formation, the Great Nine Heavens formation. This was the Khanate formation that protected the Heaven Realm in the past. It was ranked second among all the formations of the demon race, second only to the massive Heavenly Cycle Star formation. Everyone, let's fight. Suiren waved his hand and kept the injured people. He looked at the demons in front of him and said. Everyone nodded with a solemn expression. Now, the human race could only rely on them. Demons, how dare you? However, before they could make a move, they saw a sorcerer tribe army from afar. They shouted as they charged toward them. Chapter 479. The Witch Race Army had arrived. After being defeated by the Demon Race Army in the sky, the Witch Race Army had been holding back a lot of anger. They wanted to get back at them at all times and wash away the humiliation they had suffered. Therefore, they rested on the ground for a while and regrouped. They followed the traces of the Demon Race Army and chased after them. This time, they had to destroy the Demon Race Army. Kill. As the Witch Race Army rushed forward, they automatically formed a formation and became one with the surrounding turbid air. This was the Khanate Turbid Air Formation. The Khanate formation that was carved on the primordial land was obtained by the Witch race. It was the most commonly used formation when the Witch race fought everywhere. It was also a formation that was second only to the 12 Divine Beings formation. The witch race army and the demon race army were once again engaged in a battle. Previously, in the battle in the sky, it was not the witch race's home ground, so they could not use their full strength. Therefore, the witch race army was no match for the demon race army. However, it was different now. Standing on the ground, the witch race's power could be endless. They could unleash all their power or even more. It was still unknown who would win between the two races. Swearin and the others looked at this scene in a daze. They had originally planned to fight to the death, but they did not expect such a change. However, they soon reacted and hurriedly attacked the demon race. Everyone, follow me and reduce the pressure on our friends from the witch race. The difference in strength between the demon race and the witch race was too great. Even if the witch race had the home ground advantage, they might not be able to win. It was because of this that Swearin decided to help the witch race. Otherwise, when the witch race was defeated, it would be their turn. How dare you! Seeing that the situation of the demon race army below was not good, four powerful auras soared into the sky from the heavenly court and pounced towards the primordial land. Clearly, these were four great overarching golden celestials. They occupied the heaven realm, a rich place, and the entire boundless starry sky. In addition, they had an extremely large population. It would be surprising if the number of Daoist Xianxia of the demon race was only on par with the witch race. There must be many Daoist Xianxia of the demon race hiding in the dark. There might even be powerful figures in the sage-to-be realm who had not appeared. This was not impossible. After all, the resources of the demon race were too abundant. What's more, the demons were the orthodox race. No matter what, Jun was the heavenly emperor personally conferred by the Dao ancestor. He was the nominal ruler of the primordial world. This was undeniable. Under such conditions, there would definitely be some hidden almighties who would seek refuge. Of course, the demon race was holding back, and the sorcerer race would not be so foolish as to reveal all of their powers. They also had some experts who had yet to show themselves. However, the population base was there. No matter how well the sorcerer tribe hid, they could not hide as well as the demon tribe. As an emperor, he had to have many trump cards. There were so many of them that no one could see through them. Only then could they ensure their own safety. If all his trump cards were exposed, then this emperor would not be far from death. If Feng Zichen could understand the logic, Jun and Jianghu would definitely understand it as well. The grand sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe were all held back by the demon gods. Therefore, the 6 demon gods easily came to the untainted land and stood in front of Swearin and the others. Fellow Daoists, please. Without saying anything else, the 4 demon gods charged forward with their strongest methods the moment they appeared. Swearin, the Chou clan, the Zi clan, and the Yi-Ong clan, the only 4 Daoist Xianxia of the human race, each faced a demon god. As for the 9 kings of the human race, they followed the original plan and continued to help the sorcerer race deal with the demon race. However, even with the help of the 9 kings, the sorcerer race army still did not gain the upper hand in the battle with the demon race army. They could only barely maintain their victory. Demons, listen up. Go to the lower realm and support the front line. Seeing that the battle was in a stalemate, Jun was furious and ordered coldly. The ones fighting with the sorcerer race army below were only the elites of the demon race. Apart from that, the demon race also had countless ordinary warriors. Although these clansmen were not as strong as the elites, they were large in number and were also an extremely powerful force. With their help, they would definitely be able to wipe out the human race in one fell swoop. Under Jun's order, the Tai Jingxian demon race walked out of their cave abodes and rushed to the eldritch world. Just as the demon race army was about to move, the water dragon lord stepped out from the East Sea and led hundreds of thousands of dragon race elites to support the human race. At the same time, the other 4 Khanate clans each sent out a Daoist Xianxian to lead the elites of their clans to support the human race. The 5 Khanate clans were the allies of the human race. Now that the human race was in trouble, they certainly would not sit back and do nothing. Now, they sent out a Daoist Xianxian to lead the battle. Behind him, there were several Daoist Jingxian preparing to attack at any time. After the reinforcements from the demon race and the reinforcements from the 5 Khanate clans joined the battle became even more intense. This battle lasted for 1,000 years, but there was no clear winner. In the end, when both sides saw that they could not do anything to each other, they retreated and temporarily stopped fighting. However, the consequences of this battle were extremely serious. The void was completely destroyed, and time was completely distorted. The chaos formation was also damaged and temporarily unusable. The immortal dragon city was beaten until only its foundation was left. All the defensive lines of the human race were completely broken. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the demon race had completely gained a foothold in the eldritch world. Without any defense, the human race was completely exposed to the demon race. The human race was really in danger. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. In this short 100 years, too many things had happened. Especially the human race. Under the attack of the demon race, the human race had lost more than half of their population. This was under the condition that the witch race had delayed the main force of the demon race, and the protection of the 5 Khanate clans, as well as the protection of the Dao talismans sent by Xian Qing. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered even greater losses. But now, the human race was almost unable to hold on, even with the help of the 5 Khanate clans and the witch race. The attacks of the demon race became more and more frenzied, to the point where they were willing to risk their lives. This was because as the war continued, the demon race gradually discovered that eating humans and demons could increase their cultivation. This discovery made the demon race completely crazy. They fought their way into the human territory with all their might, just to eat humans and increase their cultivation. In this world, what could be more tempting than increasing one's cultivation? With this reason, even without Di Jun's order, the demon race would not let the human race go. And this was not the most worrying thing. The most worrying thing was that the demon race had discovered that the human race's blood seemed to be able to restrain the physical body of the witch race. After the demon race devoured a large number of humans, their bodies were inevitably stained with the blood of humans. Therefore, when they fought with the witch race again, they easily broke through the witch race's defense. It might be a coincidence if it happened once or twice, but if it happened too many times, it would inevitably attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. For example, now, an elite demon race who had recently risen was reporting his discovery to the Demon Lord. Sir Demon Lord, I discovered that the human race's blood seems to be able to restrain the physical body of the witch race. The reason why he could rise so quickly was because he had eaten a large number of humans. Therefore, in the battle with the witch race, he gradually discovered the effect of the human race's blood. Is this true? Is the human race really that useful? Hearing this, the demon lord stood up agitatedly and grabbed the demon soldier's shoulder, asking in disbelief. If this discovery was true, it would be enough to reverse the situation between the witch race and the demon race and completely establish the supreme hegemony of the demon race. How could the demon lord not be agitated? Quick! Quick! Go and catch some humans for me. After a moment, the demon lord calmed down and hurriedly ordered without waiting for the demon soldier to reply. It was easy to verify whether this was true or not. Wouldn't they know if they caught some humans and tested it? If this is true, you will be the first to be credited. I will definitely report to His Majesty and ask him to help you achieve the Daoist status. The demon lord turned around and said to the demon soldier standing at the side. If this was true, then based on his discovery alone, he would definitely become a grand heavenly Dao immortal. In addition, with the demon race's foundation, it wouldn't be difficult to create a Daoist Jingxian. If the demon race wanted to capture humans, they wouldn't be able to stop them even if they defended with all their might. Thus, after a few years, hundreds of thousands of human immortals were captured by the demon race. Among them, there was no lack of cultivators in the Tai Jingxian realm. The demon lord reached out and made a grabbing motion. Hundreds of thousands of humans were reduced to a bloody mist before they could even make a sound. Condense. Then, the demon lord formed a Dao seal and condensed the bloody mist into a ball. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of true fire, refining the bloody mist into a crimson longsword. Using living beings to refine weapons was a demonic technique. Acquired spirit treasures. The quality of these humans is pretty good. I'm more and more convinced that human blood has the ability to restrain the witch race's physical body. Everyone, follow me. Let's find a shaman and see if this sword made from the flesh and blood of a human will really work. After examining the long sword in his hand for a while, the demon lord seemed very satisfied. After praising it, he picked up the sword and headed outside. Clearly, he was going to test it out with the witch race. How is this possible? A Jiangxian warrior looked at the crimson longsword in the demon lord's hand with incredulity and uttered his last words. In the face of this blood-colored sword, the physical body that he was so proud of was easily sliced apart. What a good sword! What a great sword! The demon lord trembled with excitement after confirming the sword's effects. Then, he used the blood-red sword to kill a few more sorcerer tribe members. After realizing that the effect was the same, he was relieved. He kept the sword, grabbed a sorcerer tribe member and flew into the sky. This was a matter of great importance, and he couldn't make the decision. It was better to leave it to the higher-ups. At the border of heaven and earth, the Daoist Jinxian of the witch race and demon race had stopped fighting. However, they didn't leave. Instead, they stayed where they were and watched each other. Hiss, I didn't expect a small human to have such a terrifying effect. Bai Zhe exclaimed after testing the effects of the crimson longsword with his own hands. The problem that had troubled the demon race for so many years had been solved so easily. Bai Zhe felt like he was in a dream. You've done well. I'll return to the heavenly court and report to His Majesty. When I destroy the witch race in the future, I won't forget your contribution today. Bai Zhe put away the crimson longsword and rushed to the heavenly court. He had already confirmed that the flesh and blood of the human clan could restrain the flesh and blood of the witch clan. However, he did not know why. However, it didn't matter if he didn't know. Di Jun would find the answer. In the Lingxiao Hall, all the demi-saints of the demon race, except for Tai Fushi, rushed over to study the mystery of the human bloodline. Even Di Jun's original body quietly came out of seclusion after hearing about this. When several top-notch great divines work together, even a saint could deduce a thing or two. Of course, the secret of the human bloodline couldn't be hidden from them. The bloodline of this human actually contains two supreme powers. How amazing! Of these two powers, one was filled with the aura of creation. Obviously, it was Nua's bloodline. The other was more high-end. It was the power of humanity. Back then, Nua created humans and created the postnatal race. Therefore, she advanced the development of the primordial world, made up for the lack of humanity, and became a saint. It was also because of this that the human race had a trace of humanity's power. It was the combination of these two powers that allowed the human bloodline to have the power to restrain the witch race. As long as it was a life, it belonged to humanity. The witch race was also a member of humanity. Naturally, they were restrained by humanity. Everyone, if you want to destroy the human race, you have to kill Feng Zichen first. Otherwise, no one can withstand his crazy revenge. Di Jun glanced at everyone and said. Chapter 480. From the moment he confirmed that the bloodline of the human race could indeed restrain the physical body of the witch race, the human race was hopeless. Di Jun would definitely kill the human race at all costs. Now, the only thing that worried Di Jun was how to deal with Feng Zichen. If they really forced him into a corner, even if the demon race could withstand his revenge, they would have to pay a huge price. In the Cultivation civilization, when an individual's strength reached a certain level, it was not a joke for one person to threaten an entire race. It was real. Obviously. The current Feng Zichen had such strength. This is indeed a problem. If the human race is not destroyed, Feng Zichen will have scruples and will not dare to completely fall out with the demon race. But if the human race is destroyed, he will have no scruples. The demon race will have to be on guard against his revenge day and night. Therefore, as long as Feng Zichen does not die, the human race will not be able to move. Kunpeng also said with a sigh. In this world, there was only a thief for 1,000 days. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Sigh. Thinking of this, everyone sighed together. With the strength of the demon race, it was not difficult to defeat Feng Zichen. However, it was difficult or even impossible to kill him. When one's strength reached Feng Zichen's level, it was really too difficult to kill him. Facing the encirclement of experts of the same level, if he could not defeat them, he could totally run. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement, unless a saint personally made a move, no one could stop him. There's no rush. Dijun exclaimed softly and suddenly smiled as he said to everyone. Your Majesty, what's the good news? Seeing Dijun's expression, everyone asked curiously. This good news came out of nowhere. I have a feeling that the day of Tai's breakthrough is approaching. At least 100 years, at most 1,000 years, he will definitely be able to step into the realm of primordial Daoist Jingxian. By then, a mere Feng Zichen will be nothing. Dijun said excitedly as he looked at the sun in the distance. After waiting for so many years, Tai was finally about to attain the Tao. Dijun did not hide anything from Kunpeng and the others, nor did he need to. Tai was about to attain the Tao. Heaven and earth would definitely sense it and send down all sorts of strange phenomena. At that time, even if Dijun didn't say anything, everyone would know. Moreover, Tai's attainment of the Tao was a good thing to suppress the demon race's morale. Why would he hide it? Over the years, the wizard tribe had caused a series of major events in the untainted land. They had the primordial treasure, the primordial geomancy map, and the later two reincarnation. However, the demons did not do anything. Their morale was inevitably low. Now that Tai had achieved his Tao, it was only right to strengthen the demons' morale. Daoist brother Tai is about to attain the Tao? That is truly a joyous occasion for the demon race. When everyone heard this, some were shocked, some were envious, some were excited, and some were jealous. All kinds of emotions surged in their hearts at the same time, and they were momentarily absent-minded. Attaining the Tao, how much people yearned for it. Only when one reached this realm could one truly be able to survive even if heaven and earth were destroyed. No one doubted Dijun's words. As brothers of the same origin, Dijun naturally sensed that Tai was about to break through. Speaking of which, after Tai broke through, Dijun would obtain huge benefits. He was about to break through as well. This was the benefit of being brothers. The two of them came from the same origin. One had attained the Tao, while the other's realm would also increase under the guidance of his aura. With Dijun's current realm, if his realm increased, wouldn't he be about to attain the Tao? Everyone, I'll have to trouble you during this period of time. Together with me, keep an eye on Feng Zichen. Don't let him escape. Retracting his gaze, Dijun said leisurely. After Tai attained the Tao, Feng Zichen would no longer be a threat. The human race would also become fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of the demons. Yes, Your Majesty. Huh? What's going on? Why do I have a creepy feeling? The moment Dijun finished speaking, in the human Tao Imperial Court, Feng Zichen suddenly felt a chill. He could not help but shiver, and a great fear arose in his heart. It was as if the crisis of death was coming. Without thinking too much, Feng Zichen hurriedly used the connate 8 trigrams to deduce the origin of the crisis. However, even after using all the deduction techniques that he was proficient in, he still could not deduce where the crisis came from. It was as if what he felt earlier was an illusion. There was no crisis. This time, we're in big trouble. His heart sank. Feng Zichen understood that this calamity would not be easy to pass. Those that could be deduced were not big trouble. On the contrary, those that could not be deduced were the real big trouble. There was a fatal crisis. Because this meant that there was an existence that surpassed Feng Zichen in the Tao of deduction who was scheming against him. Or, there was an existence whose realm far surpassed Feng Zichen who wanted to deal with him. No matter which of these two situations it was, Feng Zichen could not deal with it. Yes, I'll go find Empress Nuwa. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to leave the human Tao imperial court and go to Jinxiu heaven to ask Empress Nuwa where this calamity came from. He could not deduce it, but Empress Nuwa's realm was profound and powerful. She would definitely be able to see through it. It was absolutely right to find her. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen had a good idea, but he had not yet left the human Tao imperial court. As soon as he moved, he felt several gazes in the void looking at him from afar. Di Jun, Kuanpeng, Shihi, stopping, Feng Zichen's face darkened slightly. He silently retreated to his original spot and fell into silence. At this point, how could he not understand that this calamity came from the demons? Otherwise, why would the demons make such a big move and send out almost all their top experts just to keep an eye on him and not let him leave the demon's sight? Strange. Why do the demons give me a feeling that I'm going to die? Feng Zichen was very puzzled now. If the demons could defeat him, he would of course believe it, because he really could not defeat them. But if the demons could kill him, Feng Zichen did not believe it at all. If he wanted to escape, then the demons would definitely not be able to keep him. Then, there was a problem. Where did that premonition of death come from? Feng Zichen's doubts did not last long. Soon, he knew the answer. Because a great throbbing suddenly came from the primordial world. The Khanate Tao hung down one after another, and the laws of heaven and earth also appeared and gathered towards the sun star. At this moment, all the powerful figures in the primordial world knew. The Eastern Emperor Tai was about to achieve the Tao. Before Tai had really taken that step, heaven and earth had already reacted first. The Khanate Tao and the laws of heaven and earth spontaneously appeared and moved closer to the sun star to welcome the great existence that was about to be born. The first primordial chaos Daoist Jinxian in the world. So, this is where the demon's confidence to kill me lies? Seeing this, Feng Zichen already understood everything. Sage-to-be experts could not kill him, nor could half-primordial experts. However, as the primordial chaos Daoist Jinxian, the Eastern Emperor Tai could kill him. Although, at his level, he had already transcended life and death. The so-called death was just a deep sleep. However, with the ability of the demon race, they could extend his slumber for a long time. Sigh. Now, I can only hope that the backup plan I left behind can play its role. At this point, Feng Zichen had no other choice. He could not escape, so he could only fight to the death with the demons. Is Tai about to achieve the Tao? One by one, the powerful figures walked out of seclusion and looked up at the sun star, their hearts filled with excitement. Tai was about to achieve the Tao and step into the legendary primordial chaos Daoist Jinxian realm. This was definitely a far-reaching and extremely meaningful matter. Because this not only confirmed that the legendary primordial chaos Daoist Jinxian realm really existed. In the past, everyone knew that there was such a realm that had the power of a saint. It could be broken through without the purple qi of Hongmeng. However, no one could say for sure whether this realm was real or fake. After all, no one had cultivated to this realm. But now, the Eastern Emperor Tai was about to step into the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jinxian. This gave everyone hope for a breakthrough. In this world, the beginning was often the most difficult. But as long as someone took the lead, the rest would be much easier. When the first primordial chaos Daoist Jinxian appeared, the second, third, and fourth were not far away. Therefore, Tai's breakthrough not only involved the hearts of the demons, but also the hearts of all the powerful figures in the primordial world. They were all waiting for the Eastern Emperor Tai to break through so that they could confirm the path ahead. It could be said that even when the six saints achieved the Tao, there were not so many powerful figures paying attention. After all, the powerful figures did not have the purple qi of Hongmeng, so they could not gain any experience from the Six Saints' breakthrough. But the Eastern Emperor Tai was different. This was not only his path, but also the path of all the powerful figures. 100 years passed in a hurry. The Khanate Tao that gathered towards the sun star increased and became more and more condensed, as if it had turned into a substance. At this time, it was not an exaggeration to say that the sun star was the #1 holy land in the primordial world. Boom! A ray of light. The eternal light. It rose slowly from the sun star and illuminated the entire primordial world. Tai had achieved the Tao. The entire primordial world was shaking. The great Tao rumbled incessantly, and the laws trembled incessantly. Golden flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses surged out of the ground. In the sky, the aura of the heavenly Tao was faintly discernible. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared one after another. The birth of a saint was nothing more than this. No matter what, Tai was the first primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian of the primordial world. It was not an exaggeration to receive this honor. The next primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian did not receive this treatment. Dong 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 dong, the Eastern Emperor bell vibrated on its own, emitting 108 loud sounds that spread throughout the primordial world, as if singing the greatness of its master. After the bell rang, an inexplicable Tao sound rang out in the world. It was as if it was celebrating, but also as if it was welcoming the birth of a great existence. And the Eastern Emperor Tai, accompanied by this array of Tao sound, his figure slowly appeared. It was a sun. Its entire body was dazzling golden, and it was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Chapter 481. Screech. With a cry that shook the primordial world, the sun changed. Tao and truth intertwined on his body, and countless Khanate Tao patterns appeared on his body. An ancient Tao rhythm spread out, and all concepts were distorted. At this moment, he had achieved Tao. Whoosh! Dazzling golden light bloomed from the inside of the sun, so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. A bird's head gradually raised, looking proudly at the primordial world. Then, a huge pair of wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun, releasing the mystery of yin and yang. Finally, 3 huge claws stretched out, like pillars supporting the sky, symbolizing the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. This was a huge golden crow, as great as the Tao of heaven and earth, existing with the world. The golden crow was the sun, and also Tao. 1 head, 2 wings, 3 feet, symbolizing that Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Dong Wang Tai had comprehended his original self and cultivated the primordial Daoist Jingxian. I am Tai. Today, I have comprehended my original self and attained Tao, the primordial Daoist Jingxian. I hereby announce to the primordial world. As his voice fell, Tai transformed back into the Khanate Tao body. The Khanate Tao slowly retreated, and the phenomenon of heaven and earth disappeared. The primordial world returned to peace. However, the impact of Tai's attainment of Tao did not disappear. The powerful beings withdrew their gazes from Tai and turned to look at the 6 saints. Now that Tai had attained Tao, the primordial Daoist Jingxian had the power of a saint. Although it was not the end of the era of the saints, there were already signs of it. They did not know if the saints could still sit still. Unfortunately, after watching for a while, the saints did not react. The various holy lands were calm, as if everything that had happened in the primordial world could not disturb their Tao hearts. The powerful beings were disappointed that they did not see Dong Wang fight the saints. However, soon, they became excited again and hurriedly looked at the witch race. The witch race was their mortal enemy. Now that Dong Wang had attained Tao, the witch race should be the most anxious. However, they were disappointed again. The witch race did not have any reaction. The witch race did not even show his face. They completely treated the matter of Dong Wang's attainment of Tao as if it did not exist. Strange, it was really strange. It was fine that the saints did not move, but why did the witch race not react? The powerful beings were very confused. Of course, the Grand Sorcerer was anxious. However, at that moment, the gestation of the 13 Grand Sorcerers of the Sorcerer tribe had reached a critical moment. They could not do without humans. Therefore, unless the demon clan was willing to go to war with the Sorcerer tribe at all costs, the Grand Sorcerer tribe would definitely not appear. No matter how big the world was, it was not as big as nurturing the 13 ancestors of sorcery. In the Imperial Court of Human Dao, Feng Zichen discovered that as Tai attained the Dao, Di Jun and the others who had been watching over him withdrew their gazes one by one. Chance. With a thought, Feng Zichen summoned the perfected golden immortals from the 5 Khanate tribes. He was now the focus of the demon race's attention, and there was no possibility of him escaping. However, the human race was not. This was an opportunity. Fellow Daoists, now that Tai has achieved the Dao, the human race is doomed. There's no need for you to stay here and die with the human race. Feng Zichen said in a deep voice as he looked at the incoming Daoist Jingxian. At this moment, it was indeed meaningless for them to stay in the human race. It was better for them to leave as soon as possible to save their lives. Taoist priests, you must be joking. The human race is in a life and death situation. As allies, how can we abandon the human race at this time? Of course, we also know that even if we stay, we won't be of much use. However, if we risk our lives, we can drag a few demon gods to die with us. We can weaken the demon race's strength and vent our anger for the human race. The 5 of them looked at each other, and the Water Dragon Lord stepped forward and said. From the moment they decided to come to the human race, they were already prepared to die. After all, they were facing the demon race, a demon race that was even stronger than the 3 races when they were at their peak. Everyone is so righteous. Looking at the empty space, Feng Zichen did not speak for a long time. He did not expect that the 5 of them would be willing to die for the human race. Although Daoist Jingxian was immortal, his tens of millions of years of bitter cultivation had all turned into flowing water. He needed to cultivate again. The price was not small. Fellow Daoist, you have made up your mind. I won't persuade you anymore. However, please let the elites of the 5 races leave. They are still young. They shouldn't die here. After a while, Feng Zichen said again. That's true. We will let them return to their races later. The 5 of them thought about it and agreed. After that, there was a moment of silence. Taoist priests, what else do you need to say? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not speak, the Water Dragon Lord took the initiative to ask. Everyone, I have a request, but I don't know how to say it. After a pause, Feng Zichen said. Taoist priests, just say it. If we can do it, we will do it. The 5 of them replied in unison. I would like to ask the elites of your races to take away a portion of the human race when you retreat and leave some fire for our race. This was the idea that Feng Zichen had just thought of. No matter how strong the demons were, they could not provoke the 5 Khanate races at the same time. Otherwise, the 5 sacred beasts would fight to the death and completely destroy the primordial world. No one would end well. Therefore, sending a portion of the human race to the 5 Khanate races could most likely protect their safety. Of course, there could not be too many of them, nor could they be too strong. Otherwise, the large-scale disappearance of the human race would definitely attract the attention of the demons. This matter is feasible. The 5 of them agreed without any hesitation. As allies, this was what they should do. As for the danger, they did not believe that the demons would rush over to attack the 5 Khanate races when the 5 Khanate sacred beasts appeared. The 5 elements sacred beasts were guarding the 4 poles. It was both a restraint and a threat. If they recklessly destroyed the 4 poles, the primordial world might be destroyed. Therefore, the mighty figures of the primordial world dared to threaten the 5 races, but no one dared to destroy them. Next, Feng Zichen secretly selected a group of humans and let the elites of the 5 races take them away. Yes. They were escorted away by the 5 Daoist Jingxian. This way, no one in the demon army dared to stop them. After that, Feng Zichen began to shrink the human race's forces and let the major tribes and clansmen enter the human Dao imperial court. After all, the human Dao imperial court was the supreme treasure of the human race. With the combined strength of the human race, Feng Zichen's plan, and the power of the chaos bead, it might be possible to fight for a chance of survival for the human race. However, this time, Feng Zichen's order, it did not have the effect that it should have. More than 80% of the human race did not follow Feng Zichen's order to rush to the human Dao imperial court. Instead, they fled to the primordial world. Even if Suiren came out to persuade them to stay, it was useless. Ever since the immortal dragon city was broken and the demons attacked the human territory, the humans and demons had been at a disadvantage in the battle. This caused some humans to be scared out of their wits by the demons. Now, Feng Zichen gathered all the strength of the human race in the human Dao imperial court. It was obvious that he wanted to fight the demons to the death. How could the terrified humans be willing to go? Naturally, they fled in panic. The human emperor has gone mad. He wants to fight the demons to the death. Isn't this hitting a rock with an egg? We're not leaving to run away. We're leaving a useful body for the future. The demons destroyed the human race because the human emperor angered the celestial emperor. Why should we bear the responsibility? These were the words that some people shouted as they fled. The weak would never understand the greatness of the strong. They thought that they could escape the demons' pursuit and survive if they left the human Dao imperial court. Little did they know that if they stayed, they still had a chance of survival. If they left, only death awaited them. Who is it? Who is scheming against the human race? In the human Dao imperial court, Feng Zichen felt a flame of fury burn in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to burn the person behind the scenes to ashes. It was normal for people to flee. Feng Zichen had expected this. Wasn't this the weakness of postnatal life forms? However, more than 80% of the human race had fled. If Feng Zichen still couldn't figure out the problem, he would really be a fool. Someone was definitely playing tricks in the dark. Someone was using divine arts to bewitch the humans and wear down their fighting spirit. This was why the humans fled on a large scale. Otherwise, why would so many humans flee? First, they had to send out the demons. If they had this ability, they would have used it long ago. They wouldn't have waited until today. Chapter 482. According to the principle that whoever benefited the most was the most suspicious. The mastermind should be one of the saints. After all, after the great Magi-Demon War ended, the two races declined one after another, and the saints became the true rulers of the primordial world. In particular, during the great Magi-Demon War, a few saints played an extremely dishonorable role and secretly pushed for the outbreak of the war. Therefore, it was very likely that the saints schemed against the human race to increase the strength of the demon race. Tai had achieved the Dao. On the surface, the demon clan was stronger than the wizard clan. But in reality, that was not the case at all. From the beginning to the end, the demon race was never stronger than the Magi race. The Dao of the Tai was just a helpless act by the heavenly Dao to maintain the balance between the Magi and the demon race. The difference in strength between the Magi and the demon race was too great. If the heavenly Dao did not let the Tai achieve the Dao, the demon race would definitely not be able to stop the Magi race. Defeat would be a matter of time. One had to know that the current Magi race was completely different from before. Their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. The Magi who cultivated the Tao of God fiends had made up for their flaws, developed their bloodline, and could even activate Dharma treasures. This caused the strength of the Magi race to at least double. That's twice the amount. Before the strength of the Magi race doubled, the demon race used all their strength and barely fought to a draw with the Magi race. Now that the strength of the Magi race had doubled, how could the demon race be a match for the Magi race? Moreover, the Magi race had a saint. That was Hoodoo. Hoodoo could leave the netherworld. However, after leaving the Nether Realm, he lost his almost invincible strength in the untainted land. He was just an ordinary saint. But an ordinary saint was still a saint. Could Huda watch the decisive battle between the Magi and the demon race? She would definitely make a move. Yes. Thanks to Feng Zichen, other than the saint, the Magi race also had a Khanate cardinal treasure. The Khanate cardinal treasure of the primordial world. How could the demon clan fight against such a powerful sorcerer tribe? Therefore, the demon race had to have the combat strength of a saint to contend against the Magi race. Otherwise, the situation in the primordial world would evolve from two powers fighting for hegemony to one race being dominant. This was something that the heavenly Tao did not allow. It was the justice of all living beings in the primordial world that the Magi and demons had declined and left the stage of the primordial world. It was also the will of the heavens that could not be defied. The heavenly Tao was based on this criterion. That was why it secretly increased the strength of the demon race and allowed the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian to be born so that it would have the capital to contend against the Magi. It was under such circumstances that Tai was able to successfully attain his Tao. Otherwise, how could it be so simple to transcend the world? This was clearly the heavenly Tao going easy on him. Even so, the demon clan was still not as powerful as the sorcerer clan. However, the heavenly Tao would not increase the strength of the demons. Instead, it would think of a way to suppress the Magi. The heavenly Tao understood that going too far was as bad as falling short. If he raised the strength of the demon race too much, it would cause them to be unable to do anything in the future. That would be a joke. Among the 6 sages, the first to be eliminated is Her Highness Nuwa. Furthermore, with Grandmaster Tongtian's personality, he would not do such a thing. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings' personality is incomparably arrogant. He probably wouldn't stoop so low as to use such underhanded methods. As for the Grand Pure One, he seems to be doing nothing, but he is actually doing everything. However, he became a saint in the human race. With this incense, he will not attack the human race. Then there are only the 2 sages of the Western sect. The 2 of them are good at playing with souls. They are also shameless enough to do such a thing. After analyzing it, Feng Zichen felt that the chances of the 2 sages of the Western sect doing this were very high. Firstly, the 2 of them were from the Western sect. The more chaotic the East was, the more beneficial it would be for them. The Magi and demons dominated the sky and earth. How could they have the chance to preach? Only when the 2 races fell would they have a chance. Secondly, in terms of the Tao of the heart, Feng Zichen had obtained extraordinary achievements because of the divine Tao of incense. There were not many people in the primordial world who could defeat him. And Zhuan Ti was one of them. This time, panic spread among the humans. Before the incident, Feng Zichen did not notice it at all. This meant that the person who did it had higher achievements in the Tao of the heart than him. Then, the one who met the 2 conditions at the same time was Zhuan Ti. It seems that the Western sect is still too quiet. I have to find some fun for you. Thinking of the humans who had escaped, Feng Zichen was really angry. He was determined to give the 2 sages of the Western sect retribution. With a thought, Feng Zichen's spiritual will had already reached the interior of the chaos bead. There was a quaint pond there, filled with a liquid that emitted a 7-colored light. It was the chi of 7 emotions and 6 desires that Feng Zichen had collected over the years. Because there was too much of it, it gradually gathered into liquid. At the bottom of the pool, there was a mirror that shone with Khanate Tao light and was filled with the aura of the mortal world. It was the supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the mortal mirror. Doesn't the Western sect focus on cultivating the heart? Then I'll help you. After calming himself down, Feng Zichen pulled out his hatred for the 2 sages of the Western sect and injected it into the 7 emotions and 6 desires in front of him. Splash! When Feng Zichen's hatred entered the pool, the water in the pool seemed to be boiling and kept bubbling. Then, a lotus flower grew from the bottom of the pool, slowly growing into a bud that was filled with vitality. Good! From now on, you are the Western sect's tribulation. Looking at the bud, Feng Zichen said indifferently. This was a demon born from the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so it was also known as the inner demon. Whether it was the current Western sect or the Buddhist sects of the future, they all focused on cultivating the heart. The inner demon targeted the heart and could be said to be the natural enemy of Buddhism. This was the retribution that Feng Zichen had given to Zhuanti. Do you want to prosper? Get past the inner demon first. Humph. You asked for it. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen sent the inner demon pool out of the chaos bead and let it drift in the void. The appearance of the inner demon was a necessary part of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not need to worry about the safety of the inner demon pool. The heavenly Tao would arrange everything. After doing all this, Feng Zichen left the chaos bead. How could a mere inner demon extinguish Feng Zichen's anger when the Western sect treated the human race like this? He had to think of a way to cut off the roots of the Western sect. At the very least, the Western sect could forget about preaching in the human race in the future. The human race was the protagonist of the world in the future. The Western sect could not preach in the human race. It did not seem like a big deal now, but in the future, it would be a big problem. Pass down the order. From now on, all mortals are not allowed to join the Western sect. After passing down the order, Feng Zichen waved his hand and sent it into the destiny of the human race, so that it would be passed down from generation to generation. It would not be forgotten by the human race because of his absence. Without the human race, the Western sect is still so prosperous. Chapter 483. Have you discovered it? But so what? The moment Feng Zichen gave the order, Daoist Zhuanti immediately sensed it on Mount Meru in the distant western land. Regarding this, he only chuckled. So what if he discovered it? Could he still come to the west to cause trouble? Did he not allow the human race to join the Western sect? What a joke! Did he really think that the human race was a treasure? The human race was just a mere postnatal spirit. In the primordial world, other than Yuhua and Feng Zichen, who would take them seriously? Not worship the Western sect? Bah! If he didn't, then so be it. He really thought that the Western sect was rare. No matter how bad the Western sect was, it was still the inheritance of a saint. Not any trash could enter. The human race really couldn't. In the primordial world's chain of contempt, the one standing at the top was undoubtedly the Khanate god-fiends. And the one at the bottom was none other than the human race. At this moment, who would have thought that it was the last glory of the Khanate era? After the Great Magi-Demon War, the once glorious Khanate era came to an end, and the primordial world entered the postnatal era. As the first postnatal race, the human race rose with the general trend and became the main character of the world. It was extremely glorious and resplendent. If Daoist Zhuanti knew this, he would definitely not be indifferent to Feng Zichen's order. Unfortunately, he didn't know. The other saints didn't know either. In the primordial world, other than Feng Zichen, who came from the future, no one knew. Sigh. No one would have thought that the human race, which was said to have the lowest status in the primordial world, would actually do something that the magi and demons could not do in the future and become the main character of the world. Fate was really unpredictable. Yes. What's going on? Are the demons finally going to attack the Ziwei star? As soon as he left the chaos bead, before Feng Zichen could do anything, a scene that made his hair stand on end appeared in his mind. It was the scene of him being killed by Tai. What was killed was not this human body, but his foundation, the Khanate true spirit hidden in the Ziwei star. On a whim. This was a scene from the future. Without a doubt, Dongwang Tai, who had cultivated the primordial Daoist Jingxian, was going to make a move on the North Star to make up for the flaws in the heavenly cycle star formation. Fortunately, the monster race's current main goal was to deal with Feng Zichen, not to attack North Star. Feng Zichen still had time to prepare. How troublesome. This time Feng Zichen really felt that it was troublesome. As long as his innate true spirit was not destroyed, even if he was killed by Dongwang Tai, it would not affect him much. He could be revived any time. But if the innate true spirit was killed by Tai, it would really fall into a deep slumber. This time, all of Feng Zichen's plans were disrupted. The Emperor's star was his greatest reliance. The reason why he dared to wander around in the untainted land was that his innate true spirit was hidden in the Ziwei star. No one could really kill him. Since he wouldn't die, of course he dared to act recklessly. But now, his innate true spirit was under threat. Feng Zichen was really panicking. In fact, the solution to this matter was very simple. He just had to give up on the Ziwei star. He had so many aliases. The innate true spirit could just hide in one and continue to wander around. The North Star was very good. Basically, no one would go to a place like the Thunder Lake. It was very safe. However, if Feng Zichen left, he would have no fate with the Ziwei star. The innate Dao embryo born by the Ziwei star would be destroyed. The innate cardinal treasure Zhouxing map born in the boundless starry sky would have nothing to do with him. He would not be able to be the great emperor of Ziwei, who commanded the Zhouxing and the universe in the future. Moreover, the Tao of the stars was his foundation. If he retreated now, it would be difficult for him to attain the Tao in the future. Therefore, Feng Zichen could not retreat. Although this retreat would temporarily save his life, what he would lose was his entire future. Damn it! The monster race is forcing me to risk my life. Come on, who's afraid of who? Knowing that he had no way out, Feng Zichen made up his mind to fight the monster race to the death. One man against an entire race. Feng Zichen wanted to measure the level of the monster race with his own strength. It sounded a little crazy. But that was his plan. Let's do it. Since we're going to fight, let's fight all of them. Having made up his mind, Feng Zichen ordered. Men! Pass down my order. Use the power of the human race to build a 9-level altar. I have great use for it. He wanted to build a 9-level altar and use the power of the human race to worship the Ziwei star to help him break through the seal of the monster race and return to the boundless starry sky. Since ancient times, the Ziwei star had been the symbol of the emperor. Any emperor would be protected by the Ziwei star. He would be immune to all spells and evil. Feng Zichen was the human emperor. He personally worshipped the Ziwei star as the human emperor. Even if he was not the master of the Ziwei star would sense it, not to mention that he was. His innate indestructible true spirit would attack from the inside, and his physical body would attack from the outside. Under the internal and external attacks, the seal set by Di Jun would definitely be broken. In this way, things would be much simpler. Tai could use the power of the sun star to erupt with power comparable to a saint. Feng Zichen felt that he could also use the power of the Ziwei star. The Ziwei star was not weaker than the sun star. In fact, it was even stronger. After all, the Ziwei star was transformed from Pangu's ancestral aperture. The ancestral aperture was the most important place for a cultivator. The primordial spirit and true spirit lived there. Feng Zichen's plan was to turn passivity into initiative. In this way, there would not be so many restrictions on his actions. At the very least, he would not follow the rhythm of the monster race. When the monster race attacked the human race, I suddenly took out the Ziwei star. Who knows, I might be able to kill a quasi-saint of the monster race. Looking in the direction of the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen thought leisurely. Next, in addition to the daily training of the human race, there was also an additional mission, which was to sacrifice the Ziwei star. However, Feng Zichen did not use the power that the human race obtained from sacrificing the Ziwei star. Instead, he silently accumulated it. He planned to suddenly release it at the critical moment and give the monster race a ruthless blow. 100 years after the Eastern Emperor Tai attained the Tao, the monster race finally moved. Under the lead of Tai, Di Jun, Kuan Peng, and the others, 4,000 monster gods marched toward the human race. 4,000 monster gods had left the Sea of Stars. That scene was too shocking. It attracted the attention of most of the experts in the primordial world. At the border of the heaven realm, Xianxia, who had rushed back to the Magi tribe from the netherworld, took a deep breath and shouted as he looked at the demon clan that was rushing over in a mighty manner. Stop! So many monster gods have entered the primordial world. Are the monster race going to start a full-scale war with the witch race? Xianxia was indeed Xianxia. Even in the face of all the top experts of the monster race, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. He still stood firmly in front of them. Of course, Xianxia was not a fool. It was impossible for him to stop the monster race alone. Behind him, there were 4,000 grand magi of the witch race. Fight with the witch race? I really want to. But not now. Today, the monster race is here for the human race. It has nothing to do with the witch race. So, all of you, back off. Dijun said coldly. Of course, he wanted to fight with the witch race. He wanted to even in his dreams, but not now. Because the monster race was not ready yet. After destroying the human race and refining the witch-killing sword, it would be the time for the monster race to fight with the witch race. Impossible. 4,000 monster gods have entered the primordial world. Not to mention the human race, it's enough to fight the witch race. If you want to enter the primordial world, it's impossible unless the witch race is wiped out. Hearing that, Xianxia did not give in. No matter what the monster race's purpose was, the 4,000 monster gods definitely could not be allowed to enter the primordial world. It was still the same sentence. 4,000 monster gods could not only fight the human race, but also the witch race. You're courting death. Dijun's face turned cold, and he wanted to kill. If it was Jianghu who said that, he would tolerate it for the time being. But Xianxia was nothing. He had already taken a step back, but Xianxia still did not let him go. He was being shameless. Boom! As soon as Dijun finished speaking, the 4,000 grand magi behind Xianxia took a step forward and looked at Dijun solemnly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was clear. If the monster race dared to attack Xianxia, the witch race would dare to fight to the death with the monster race. Good. 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 Seeing that, Dijun was furious and was about to give the order to attack the witch race. Big brother, now is not the time to start a war with the witch race. Don't forget our purpose here. A little impatience will spoil great plans. At this moment, Donghuang Tai walked out and secretly sent a voice transmission. With Donghuang's advice, Dijun calmed down and stopped talking. Star gods, listen up. Follow us into the primordial world. Dijun did not say anything. Tai took a step forward and ordered. Immediately, 362 star gods, there was no emperor star, sun star, or moon star, stepped out. Is this okay? Looking at Xianxia, Tai asked. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and walked to the side. He actually wanted to say that it was not okay. But the ancestral magi were not here. With the current strength of the witch race, they were far from being able to contend with the demon race. The demon race had already taken a big step back. If the witch race did not give way, the demon race would fall out with them. Just like the demon race was not prepared to fight the witch race was not prepared to fight the demon race either. When the 13 ancestral magi appeared, it would be the best time for the witch race to attack. Indeed, with the current strength of the witch race, they could already defeat the demon race. However, they had to pay a huge price. If they had the 12 capital heaven divine wraith array, the price would be much smaller. It was about the future, so the ancestral magi had to be cautious. Humph. With a cold snort, Dijun led the star gods and walked towards the human race. Sigh. Wizard. This is all the witch race can do for you. Looking at Dijun and the others who were leaving, Xianxia could not help but sigh in his heart. The demon race had chosen the right time. If the ancestral magi were not in seclusion, they would not sit back and watch the demon race destroy the human race. Brothers, keep an eye on these demon gods. We must not let them take half a step into the primordial world. Looking at the demon gods in front of him, Xing Tian said with a face full of anger. Blocking these 4,000 demon gods was the only thing the witch race could do for the human race. Sigh. In the East Sea, ancestral Gragon sighed and walked towards the human race. Back then, he had promised them, to protect the human race, then he could not go back on his word. Chapter 484. The moment the ancestral dragon moved, the other 4 sacred beasts also walked out of their temples and went to stop the demons. What happened in the past was over today. Back then, they were indebted to others and regained their freedom. Today, they were in trouble. How could they stand by and watch? In the chaos outside the sky. In Jianghu Heaven's palace of Empress Hua. Seeing Di Jun and the others walking towards the human race, Hua could no longer sit still. With a cold expression, she was about to set off for the human race. However, at that moment, a person walked over and blocked the exit of Jianghu Heaven. Fellow Daoist Hua, how have you been? It was Daoist Juan from the Western sect. Fellow Daoist Juan, what do you mean by this? Although she was furious, Hua suppressed her anger and tried her best to speak in a calm tone. Poor Wei is here because I have something to ask you, fellow Daoist Hua. Fellow Daoist, you also know that the Western sect is barren and there are few living beings. Therefore, poor Wei has the idea of creating living beings so that I can add some life to the Western sect. To create life, you need to use the Tao of creation. Fellow Daoist Hua's achievements in the Tao of creation are unparalleled in the primordial world. Therefore, poor Wei specially came to ask you for advice. Daoist Kundi cupped his fist and said with a sincere expression. Fellow Daoist Juan, since you have such thoughts, Hua will naturally help you. However, poor Wei still has something important to do. I can't delay it for a moment. I hope you can forgive me. In the future, when Hua is free, I will definitely go to Mount Meru to help. Seeing how sincere Daoist Juan was, Hua could not figure out his intentions for coming. She could only suppress the anxiety in her heart and say softly. Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. No matter how big the matter is, it's not as important as the matter in the Western sect. The Western sect is still waiting for you to save it, fellow Daoist Hua. Daoist Kundi was unmoved by this and continued to speak earnestly. However, at this time, Hua's patience had run out. Daoist Kundi still refused to let them pass. Obviously, he was here to cause trouble. Damn it. Kundi, let me ask you. Are you going to step aside or not? Since he didn't even address her as fellow Daoist, Hua was clearly angry. No. The affairs of the human race are the will of the heavens. As a saint, don't you know that the will of the heavens cannot be disobeyed? At this point, Daoist Kundi stopped pretending and directly expressed his intention. He was here to stop Hua from saving the human race. Humph. You're courting death. In this regard, Hua did not argue with Daoist Kundi. Instead, she took out the red embroidered ball and threw it at him. Good timing. I have to go through this in the end. Seeing that, Daoist Juan stood up to welcome him and waved the wonderful 7 treasures tree in his hand. A battle between saints broke out abruptly in the chaos beyond the heavens. In the netherworld, where the 6 paths of reincarnation were. Huda sighed and walked out of her reincarnation palace. However, she did not leave the netherworld. This was because at the exit of the netherworld, in front of the gate of hell, a Daoist with a withered face and a pitiful aura was standing there with a sorrowful expression. The sect master of the Western sect, Saint Jiayin. Fellow Daoist Jiayin, are you going to stop me? Looking at Daoist Jiayin, Hudu said indifferently. This is the will of the heavens. I have no choice but to come. Daoist Jianghu pressed his palms together and replied. Then, fellow Daoist, do you still remember that your Western land once owed me a favor? In the past, Huda had used the power of Pangu's heart to revive the ancestral vein of the Western land, causing the Western land to regain its vitality. As the master of the Western land, Zhuan naturally had to bear this karma. Sigh. After sighing, Daoist Jiayin's face became even more sorrowful, but he did not leave. Obviously, he did not intend to give in. In that case, fellow Daoist Jiayin, let's go to the outer space to fight. Another battle between saints unfolded in the outer space. Big brother. You go first. I'll go and meet a few fellow Daoists. Midway, Dong Wang Tai sensed the aura of the 5 sacred beasts and turned to Di Jun beside him. Yes. Go ahead. Di Jun nodded and replied. Obviously, he had also sensed the aura of the 5 sacred beasts. You've gone too far. Jiayin, Zhuan, you will definitely pay the price for this in the future. Sensing what had happened in the chaos outside the sky, Feng Zichen was about to go crazy with anger. Zhuan was forcing the human race into a dead end. From now on, no one from the human race is allowed to become a disciple of Zhuan. If they violate it, they will be expelled from the human race. Feng Zichen made up his mind and completely cut off the relationship between the human race and the Western sect. Even if the Western sect changed its name in the future, as long as they were still the teachings of Zhuan, no human would join them. Because, those who joined them, would no longer be humans. As soon as he finished speaking, the fate of the human race shook. The fire gathered again and completely recorded Feng Zichen's words. It would exist with the human race forever. Human race, clowns. Feng Zichen's words were naturally transmitted to Zhuan Ti's No. 2 high school. However, they did not care about it at all. However, the two of them vaguely felt that they had lost something forever. However, before they could think further, they saw Nua's attack coming at them, forcing them to panic. Seeing this, the two of them quickly perked up and focused on fighting the enemy. Naturally, they let this matter go. In the depths of the void, Tai and the 5 elements sacred beasts faced each other across the void. Tai greets the 5 seniors. Tai said politely to the 5 elements sacred beasts. This greeting was not to respect their cultivation. The 5 sacred beasts might not be at a higher realm than Tai. Tai respected their contributions to the primordial world and their contributions to the path of cultivation. The innate inheritance stopped at Daoist Jingxian. The path after the golden immortal of the great overarching heaven was opened up by the ancient powerhouses. The descendants benefited from it. Naturally, they had to be respectful. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Looking at Tai, ancestral Gragon sighed. Although the 5 elements sacred beasts had the strength of a saint, that strength was not obtained from their own cultivation, but from the power of their rank. Tai was different. His strength was obtained from his own hard work. It was a strength that truly belonged to him. From this point of view, Tai's achievements were higher than theirs. Seniors, what can I do for you? After both sides greeted each other, Tai asked. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The 5 sacred beasts came here to stop Tai from going to the human race. Sigh. The Zichen clan has done us a favor, but we can't sit by and watch them fall. He sighed. Ancestral Gragon said helplessly. If it weren't for Feng Zichen, the 5 of them wouldn't have interfered in this matter. How could the demon race be so easy to deal with? The 5 of them didn't come here with any hope of saving the human race. Their goal was very simple. They wanted to save Feng Zichen as much as possible. Chapter 485. In the eyes of the 5 elements sacred beasts, Feng Zichen's safety was obviously more important than the human race. Then there's nothing to talk about. Tai took out the Dongwang bell and was ready to attack. After the human race was destroyed, the demon race would not have peace as long as Feng Zichen was alive. Therefore, they could let the rest of the human race go, but not Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen cared too much about the human race, which became the reason why the demon race had to kill him. The more something was destroyed, the crazier the revenge would be. If Feng Zichen did not care so much about the human race, the demon race could let him go. It was not as easy to kill a great Tao master as one might imagine. After all, it was the great Taoist priest. Everyone, let's do it. Ancestral Dragon and the other four looked at each other and said to Tai together. Fellow Taoist, sorry. As soon as they finished speaking, the 5 sacred beasts rushed out and formed the Khanate 5-direction formation in the air, trapping Dong Huang Tai. The Khanate 5-direction formation was the top Khanate formation in the primitive world, which was enough to be ranked in the top 10. If it was set up by the Khanate 5-direction flags, even a saint could be trapped for a while. Of course, if the 5-element sacred beasts worked together to set up this formation, its power would not be weaker than that of the Khanate 5-direction formation. It might even be stronger. If the true bodies of the 5-element sacred beasts had personally set up this formation, the might of this formation would be the strongest in the great desolate world. Not to mention Dong Huang Tai, even Hong Jun Dao ancestor would be trapped. Unfortunately, the 5-element sacred beasts' bodies were trapped in the 4 extremities and the primitive world. They would not come out unless there was a catastrophe. The ones who came here were only the divine path soul formation realm of the 5-element sacred beasts. Even after many years of training, their cultivation was only at the great circle of sage to be. They were far from being Dong Huang Tai's match. Otherwise, why would the 5-element sacred beasts work together to deal with Dong Huang Tai? They had no other choice. They also cared about their reputation. 5 seniors attacking a junior. It would be embarrassing if word got out. The Khanate 5-direction matrix is really powerful when used by the 5 seniors. If Tai didn't have the Dong Huang bell, he probably wouldn't have been able to break it. Trapped in the formation, Dong Huang Tai observed for a while and couldn't help but praise. The might of the innate 5 directions grand formation was almost on par with the grand formation of heavenly stars. Even if a saint were to fall into it, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. It was only because Tai had the primordial treasure, the Dong Huang bell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about this formation. If Kundi fell into this formation, he would be caught in a blind spot. If he wanted to break the formation, he would have to pay a great price. At the same time, he was secretly rejoicing that the flags hadn't fallen into the hands of the sacred beasts of the 5 elements. Otherwise, even if he had a Khanate cardinal treasure in hand, he would not be able to break this formation. Dong! 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 Not wanting to waste any more time, Dong Huang Tai rang the chaos bell. A massive sound wave swept out, shattering everything in its path. The cycle of the 5 elements was endless. To break the innate 5 directions grand formation, one needed to have a deep understanding of the innate 5 elements. At the very least, one had to be stronger than the sacred beasts of the 5 elements. Obviously, Dong Huang Tai couldn't do this. Therefore, he chose another method, which was to break the formation with force. He used his powerful force to directly shatter the formation. Simple and violent. This method was effective against all the formations in the world. But it was very difficult. It had an extremely high requirement for the strength of the caster. One Tai was definitely not enough, but with the addition of the Dong Huang bell, it was enough. Dong, dong, dong. As the sound of the bell echoed, the innate 5 directions grand formation was broken and reformed and broken again. It was constantly on the verge of collapse, but it didn't completely shatter. Although Dong Huang was strong, the sacred beasts of the 5 elements weren't to be trifled with. It wasn't difficult to trap him for 100 years. For a moment, the two sides were in a stalemate. What a good formation. It's really a good formation. It's a pity to leave such a formation in the human race. Outside the human Tao imperial court, Di Jun looked at the chaos formation that protected the entire imperial court and said with a face full of amazement. As the owner of He Tu and Luo Shu, Di Jun's achievements in formations were only slightly weaker than Fushi's. Naturally, he could see the power of the chaos formation. The moment he saw the chaos formation, he had already made a decision in his heart. After destroying the human race, he would definitely snatch this formation. With this formation, the demons' chances of winning in the battle between the liches and demons would be even higher. Set up the Heavenly Cycle Star formation. Under Di Jun's order, the Heavenly Cycle Star God took out the Heavenly Cycle Star banner and drew in the Heavenly Cycle Star formation above the human Dao Imperial Court. In an instant, the human Dao Imperial Court was completely isolated from the outside world. Rumble. The stars in the sky turned into a huge constellation that enveloped the human Dao Imperial Court. Refine. The stars in the sky rotated, and a terrifying refining power attacked, wanting to refine the entire human Dao Imperial Court and the clansmen inside. Attack. This time, the demon's top combat strength was gathered. Naturally, there was no need for any strategy. They could just crush the humans with absolute strength. Boom! The chaos formation operated, and chaos chi surged, devouring all the refining power that surged over and turning it into their own power. However, the power of the monstrous beasts was much stronger than that of the human race. As time passed, the chaos formation gradually couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, the Heavenly Cycle Star formation hadn't reached its peak state yet. This was because Di Jun and Shiha hadn't entered the formation yet. If they attacked, the chaos formation probably wouldn't be able to hold on. While Di Jun was attacking the human tribe, the army of the demon tribe spread across the untainted land began to move. They were madly hunting down the fleeing humans. They had to plan for the worst. If they failed to attack the human Dao Imperial Court, the fleeing humans alone would be enough to refine the shaman-slaying sword. Rumble. Seeing that the Heavenly Cycle Star formation still hadn't refined the human Dao Imperial Court, Di Jun was a little impatient. He entered the formation with Shiha and personally took charge of its operation. Immediately, the pressure on the chaos formation increased exponentially. The 9 human kings, Swearin, and the others who were maintaining the formation all spat out blood. Some low-level cultivators were even shaken into a bloody mist and lost their lives. Your Majesty, the formation can't hold on any longer. Let's remove the formation and fight the demons. Human King Dahong suppressed his injuries and shouted at Feng Zichen. They would die if they defended anyway. In that case, he might as well die with a bang and fight it out with the demon race. Hold on a little longer. I still have a backup plan. We might not lose. Feng Zichen comforted. Hold on a little longer. When the demons let down their guard, he would use the Ziwei star to give Di Jun a surprise. In front of Baiyang Palace on Shouyang Mountain, Yang knelt outside the door and kowtowed continuously, begging his master, the leader of the saints, the Grand Pure One, to protect the humans. Master, I beg you to save the human race. Unfortunately, no matter how much Yang begged, the Grand Pure One was unmoved. He only agreed to protect the humans near Shouyang Mountain. The humans elsewhere had nothing to do with him. Seeing that he could not persuade his master, Yang did not stay any longer and turned to return to the human race. Idiot. Looking at Yang leaving, the Grand Pure One shook his head helplessly. His trip this time was probably not going to end well. However, the Grand Pure One did not leave Yang behind. It was good to die once. If he died for the human race once, it would be good to sever his relationship with the human race. From then on, he could pursue the Tao wholeheartedly. With the ability of a saint, it was not difficult to resurrect a Daoist Jingxian. Human Dao Imperial Court. The Heavenly Cycle Star formation launched a few more attacks. The Chaos formation was already in tatters and was on the verge of shattering. No one dares to fight me alone in such a huge demon race. Instead, they bully me with their numbers. From this, it can be seen. The demons are only a so-so. Feng Zichen was angry and could not help but mock. Shut up. Who said that the demons have no one? Let the poor Wei experience the abilities of the great Taoist priests. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, a burly middle-aged man from the monster race charged at the human Dao imperial court, wielding an enormous spiked club. Ah! Feng Zichen was a little confused. He was just angry and casually provoked the demons. He did not think that anyone would fall for it. He was just venting the anger in his heart. After all, this provocation was too clumsy. As long as it was a normal person, they would not fall for it. However, who would have thought that there would really be people who fell for the trap, and even rushed over directly? Who was so stupid? However, in the next moment, Feng Zichen knew who it was. Bear King, come back. Seeing that person rush out, Kun Peng hurriedly shouted. That person was the Earth Bear King, a peerless powerhouse at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, one of the trump cards of the demons. The Earth Bear King was the first bear of the primordial world. He was born a Khanate god fiend and was extremely strong. Rumor had it that he could compete with the ancestral magi. After the Purple Cloud Palace's Dao lecture, the Bear King wanted to prove his strength and claim that he was number one in the primordial world. He overestimated himself and wanted to shake Mount Buzhou. In the end, Mount Buzhou did not shake. Instead, he was severely injured by Mount Buzhou. It was also after this that the Earth Bear King completely disappeared from the primordial world. Everyone thought that this fellow felt that he had lost face and went into seclusion. They did not expect that he would side with the demons. If this person did such an unwise thing, it would be understandable. After all, this Earth Bear King's brain was a little abnormal. Nonsense, which normal person would shake Mount Buzhou to compete in strength? Wasn't that courting death? You're courting death. When he saw the Earth Bear King charge over, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up, and he directly withdrew the human emperor's seal. It transformed into a huge seal and pressed down towards the Earth Bear King. Feng Zichen was just worrying about not being able to scheme against the demons when the Earth Bear King charged over. It was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Open. When he saw the human emperor's seal pressing down, the Earth Bear King raised the mace in his hand and smashed it with the intention of sending it flying. Unfortunately, he failed. The human emperor's seal was a Khanate cardinal treasure, and it was of a higher grade than the mace in his hand. Feng Zichen's strength was also stronger than his. In this way, how could he not lose? Bang! The human emperor's seal directly smashed the Earth Bear King and the mace in his hand into the ground. Chapter 486. Chaos Formation, Rise. At this moment, Feng Zichen didn't hold back anymore. He released the full power of the human emperor's seal, and the aura of a Khanate cardinal treasure swept out. The chaos formation that was on the verge of shattering started to operate again under the control of the human emperor's seal. Chaos chi surged out and drowned the Earth Bear King underground. Open, for me. The Earth Bear King waved the mace in his hand and tried to break through the seal of the chaos formation. However, the human emperor's seal's power came over mightily and forcefully fixed him on the spot, unable to move. A perfection stage quasi-saint expert was suppressed by the human emperor's seal without any ability to resist. The power of a Khanate cardinal treasure was evident from this. That is, a Khanate cardinal treasure? How can a human have a Khanate cardinal treasure? The demons were unable to accept it when they sensed the human emperor's seal's aura. That's a Khanate cardinal treasure, a rare Khanate cardinal treasure in the primeval age. How can a human have such a treasure to protect him? Because they were too shocked, the demons didn't even react in time when the Earth Bear King was suppressed by Feng Zichen. While the demons were in a daze, the Earth Bear King was already beaten up badly by Feng Zichen. He held the Khanate cardinal treasure and smashed it on the Earth Bear King's head with all his might. Oh no! The Earth Bear King is in danger. Go and save him. They were all people with high cultivation realms after all, and they quickly reacted. When they saw the Earth Bear King's miserable appearance, they hurriedly activated the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation to break the Chaos Formation and save the Earth Bear King. Rumble. With the help of the human Emperor's seal, the Chaos Formation's power increased, but with the Earth Bear King's suppression, the other quasi-saints of the demon race also attacked, causing the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation's power to increase again. Soon, the Chaos Formation showed signs of being unable to hold on. Emperor Star, come. At this moment, Feng Zichen finally revealed his final trump card, the Emperor Star. Roar. A shocking dragon roar sounded. Dragon Qi rose in the human Dao imperial court, and along with the prayers of thousands of people, it shot into the 9 heavens and transmitted to the distant Emperor Star. Break. In the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen calculated the timing, and the prayers of the Emperor Star from the outside. They attacked Di Jun's seal at the same time. Under the attacks from both inside and outside, the seal that Di Jun had set up in the past shattered. Just like that, the Emperor's Star that had disappeared for countless years, the primeval age first, a flash of purple light lit up in the boundless starry heavens. Then, the stars in the sky trembled and moved according to a specific trajectory, forming the mysterious phenomenon of a cluster of stars surrounding and protecting it. The Emperor SS star Emperors of S Emperor Teat of the stars of Jesus. It S cardinals of heaven S heavens emperors to suppress heavens purple micro star. Looking at the Ziwei star in the center of the starry sky, Emperor Jun called out its name word by word. He was extremely angry now. The moment the Emperor Star appeared, Zhou almost wanted to break away from his control and submit to the Emperor Star. If he wasn't the master of Zhou and had absolute control over the Zhou, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How could Di Jun tolerate this? The Emperor Star was the most likely divine object to shake his foundation in the primeval age. Therefore, the first thing Di Jun did after becoming the master of Zhou was to seal the Emperor Star so that he would never be born. Unexpectedly, he broke the seal today, and with the help of his enemy, he broke the seal. Feng Zichen, what is your relationship with the Emperor Star? At this time, Di Jun's first thought was not how to seal the Emperor Star, but the relationship between Feng Zichen and the Emperor Star. Could Feng Zichen be the innate god fiend born by the Emperor Star? Otherwise, how could he get in touch with the Emperor Star? In other words, the Emperor Star had already given birth to an innate god fiend, and Feng Zichen was his ally. Was it all for the sake of getting rid of him? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Di Jun's mind, but he didn't show it on his face. His face was still calm. At this point, no matter what the relationship between Feng Zichen and the Emperor Star was, it didn't matter. What was important was that he must die today. As long as he died, then no matter what plan he had, it couldn't be carried out. After that, as long as the Emperor Star was resealed or refined, everything would be fine. With this thought in mind, Di Jun used his authority as the Lord of the Cycle Star to drive Zhou to strengthen the formation, causing the power of the Cycle Star Formation to erupt. It could be said that the current Cycle Star Formation was very close to its peak state. Even if a saint came, it could fight. Boom! Endless star power hung down from the Emperor Star, passing through layers of void and pouring into the Emperor's seal. The power of the Emperor Star was enormous. When it acted on the Emperor's seal, it was as if a saint had personally descended and activated his power with all his might. The Emperor's seal. The innate cardinal treasure, the Emperor's seal. At this moment, it was completely awakened. It was as if a perfect saint had walked out of the chaos and displayed his power to his heart's content. In essence, the innate cardinal treasure was the same as the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, or even stronger. Its power was fully awakened, and it was equivalent to a living saint. Boom! Under the power of the Emperor's seal, the chaos bead, the chaos aura surged, and space-time was turbulent. Everything seemed insignificant. Looking at the chaos bead that was fully activated, Feng Zichen was actually a little dissatisfied. Logically speaking, after the chaos bead exploded, the human Dao Imperial Court, as the cardinal treasure of the human Dao, should also explode. In that case, the combined power of the two cardinal treasures could directly wipe out the demon clan. Unfortunately, the incense offerings provided by the humans were still too little. The human Dao Imperial Court was still in its embryonic form, and its power was limited. It could not wipe out the demon clan. And if he wanted the human Dao Imperial Court to truly unleash the power of a cardinal treasure, he would probably have to wait until the humans became the main characters of the world and flourished in the primordial world. Damn it. Under the impact of the chaos bead, the demon gods were forced to retreat, and the heavenly cycle star formation even showed signs of collapse. Fortunately, Di Jun reacted in time and hurriedly took out the He Tu and Luo Shu to stabilize the formation. Screech. Di Jun was shocked and furious that he couldn't take down the humans even after personally taking action. He couldn't help but reveal his true form and mobilize the power of the Sun Star with all his might to compete with the Emperor Star. However, Dong Wang Tai wasn't here, and the demon race didn't have a cardinal treasure in hand. Facing the chaos bead that was fully activated, the demon race relied on their huge strength advantage to barely be able to fight to a draw. It was probably impossible to annihilate the humans. Refine. With the chaos bead, the safety of the human Dao Imperial Court was temporarily safe. Feng Zichen placed all his energy on refining the Earth Bear King. He had exposed so many trump cards before suppressing it, so he couldn't let it have an easy time. Feng Zichen planned to refine the Earth Bear King and then use its origin to create the Khanate Spirit Treasures. The Khanate Spirit Treasures that formed the Chaos Formation. If all 9 Khanate Spirit Treasures that formed the Chaos Formation were gathered, then the power of the Chaos Formation could truly be activated. In this way, the humans might be able to survive this calamity. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Zichen threw the Earth Bear King into the cauldron of heaven and earth and started refining it with all his might. Bastard! How dare you! Outside the Imperial Court, Di Jun and the others were furious when they saw Feng Zichen's actions. Chapter 487. However, no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through the Chaos Bead's defense. They could only watch as the Earth Bear King was constantly refined by Feng Zichen. Fortunately, the Earth Bear King was strong enough. Even with the help of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, it wasn't something that Feng Zichen could refine in a short time. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to kill. This was especially evident after the ascension of Grand Luo. Not to mention, Feng Zichen didn't want to kill the Earth Bear King. Instead, he wanted to refine it alive. This would take even longer. It would take at least 1,000 years. Therefore, as long as the demons were fast enough, they might be able to save the Earth Bear King. Your Majesty, I'm here to help you. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Yang had used the Chaos Bead to cross the void and rush here. Fortunately, the Chaos Bead was a treasure of the Tao of time and space. Otherwise, Yang wouldn't have been able to bypass the seal of the heavenly cycle star formation and enter the human Tao Imperial Court. Your Majesty, Yang is useless. Yang said with self-blame as she came in front of Feng Zichen. What? You didn't touch the Grand Pure One? This is normal. You don't have to blame yourself. The Grand Pure One doesn't do anything. He won't interfere in the affairs of the human race. Feng Zichen looked at Yang helplessly. Feng Zichen was the one who asked Yang to ask the Grand Pure One for help. Of course, he knew that Yang couldn't ask the Grand Pure One. Feng Zichen's original intention was to use this as an excuse to send Yang far away so that she wouldn't be involved in this great calamity and leave a glimmer of hope for the human race. As the disciple of the Grand Pure One, as long as Yang didn't provoke the demons wouldn't provoke her either. After all, Di Jun had offended Nuwa, and at most, he had offended Fushi. However, if he offended the Grand Pure One, it would be incredible. The 3 Pure Ones were one. It wasn't a joke. Offending one was equivalent to offending 3 people. Even Di Jun had to consider the consequences of doing so. Therefore, Yang was absolutely safe after leaving the human Dao imperial court with Saint Taiching's protection. But unexpectedly, he came back by himself. This was really, Feng Zichen was speechless. He couldn't possibly drive him away when he was so passionate about fighting for the human race, right? Alright, you've come at the right time. I was just about to borrow your floating flame flag. Yang came at the right time. Feng Zichen was complaining about the slow refining speed of the cauldron of heaven and earth. Yang hurriedly took out the floating flame flag and handed it to Feng Zichen. Boom! After receiving the floating flame flag, Feng Zichen shook it at the cauldron of heaven and earth. Balls of Nanmingli fire flew out and burned towards the cauldron. With the help of the Nanmingli fire, the refining power of the cauldron of heaven and earth greatly increased. The Earth Bear King inside finally couldn't help but howl in pain. Wisps of Khanate origin visible to the naked eye floated out of the cauldron of heaven and earth and fused into a broken Khanate spirit treasure. Khanate's 6 Harmony Bell. It was a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure derived from the Khanate's 6 Harmony Dao. Feng Zichen had obtained it from the primordial battlefield. However, the Khanate's 6 Harmony Bell had suffered a destructive attack in the primordial war and was shattered into pieces. Its grade had dropped greatly, and it barely maintained its status as a middle-grade Khanate spirit treasure. The Khanate spirit treasures that formed the Chaos Array had to be at least superior grade. The current Khanate 6 Harmony Bell was obviously not qualified. Therefore, Feng Zichen used the Earth Bear King's Khanate origin to repair the Khanate 6 Harmony Bell. He didn't expect it to be restored to the level of a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. At the very least, it had to be restored to the level of superior grade to meet the minimum requirement of forming the Chaos Array. In the outside world, the demons who saw this scene attacked even more crazily. Unfortunately, it was still useless. During this period, Di Jun even intercepted the star power of the North Star in an attempt to weaken the power of the Chaos Bead. However, Feng Zichen's true spirit was guarding the North Star, so how could he let Di Jun succeed so easily? After a few exchanges, Di Jun not only failed to cut off the star power, but he also suffered a small loss. Only then did he stop. However, in his heart, he was basically certain that a Khanate god fiend had been born on the North Star. Otherwise, the North Star alone would definitely not be able to dodge his attack. If the North Star had this ability, why would it be sealed by him back then? One had to know that back then, it was far from being as powerful as it was now. After killing Feng Zichen, I have to make a trip to the North Star no matter what to prevent future trouble. In his heart, Di Jun secretly made up his mind. As for whether he could kill Feng Zichen or not, that was definitely possible. Although the demons were at a disadvantage now, once Dong Huang returned, the situation would instantly reverse. Di Jun was anxious now because he felt that it was a little embarrassing. After all, the great divine abilities of the primordial world were all paying attention to this battle. He was unable to take down the human race for a long time, so it would inevitably damage his dignity. Good boy. This human race is really amazing. So far, there are already 4,000 grand shamans, 2 saints, and 5 sacred beasts who have taken action for him. There is also an unknown Khanate cardinal treasure that has appeared. This backer is really powerful. It is also because the ancestral shaman is in seclusion and the 2 saints who received Zhuan Ti to take action. Otherwise, the demons really wouldn't have been able to take down the humans. The battle between the humans and demons had really opened the eyes of the great divine abilities of the primordial world. They had thought that the humans would definitely be destroyed when the demons attacked. Who knew that the situation would be reversed again and again? The demons were almost defeated by the humans. First, a great battle broke out between the saints. Then, the 5 element sacred beasts who had been in seclusion for many years personally took action to stop Dong Huang. Then, the humans suddenly activated an unfamiliar Khanate cardinal treasure. They had thought that this was exciting enough. They did not expect that there would be something even more exciting. The Emperor Star, the Lord of the Stars, who had disappeared for many years, suddenly reappeared and helped the great Taoist priests deal with the demons. They almost defeated the demons. This was really too exciting. The great divine abilities of the primordial world felt that this was the first time they had seen such an exciting thing after living for so long. He used the Emperor's aura to shake the Emperor Star. The great Taoist priest's method is really wonderful. I'm afraid that even Di Jun did not expect that someone would use this method to break the seal he set up. Some people were just watching the show, while others were analyzing the methods used by both sides. The Emperor's aura was the product of the combination of the Emperor Star's power and the power of the people Dao. It was the most domineering. Feng Zichen was able to break Di Jun's seal because of it. Not only that, but looking at the few exchanges between the Emperor Star and Di Jun, I'm afraid that someone is secretly controlling it. That's why he can fight Di Jun so well and even have the upper hand. If this person hiding in the dark is an innate saint born by the Emperor Star, then it's fine. But if he's the great Taoist priests, then it's a little scary. He has endured for so many years. His goal must be not small. Someone secretly speculated. No. If Feng Zichen is really the incarnation of the Emperor Star in the human world, then why would he fight to the death with the demons for a mere human? Obviously, he is a native of the human race, so he can't let go of the human race. As for why the Emperor Star is helping him, that's very simple. The two of them have a common enemy, Di Jun. Isn't it normal to join forces? In the void, some powerful figures were communicating with their divine thoughts, discussing the relationship between Feng Zichen and the Emperor Star. Innate god fiends were not bound by race. Feng Zichen chose to fight to the death for the human race, which became the main basis for everyone to deny that he was the Emperor Star. They thought that he had formed an alliance with the Emperor Star. No matter how hard everyone thought, they would never have thought that Feng Zichen, who was just a postnatal life form, could go against the prenatal heavens and occupy the Emperor Star to become an innate saint. Strange. How could the Emperor Star give birth to an innate saint? In the Purple Cloud Palace, Dao ancestor Hong Jun was very confused. The Emperor Star was the former residence of the heavenly Dao, formed by Pangu's ancestral aperture and divine court. It was because of this that the Emperor Star should not be able to give birth to an innate saint. After all, the innate saint that it gave birth to was too noble. It came from the same source as the heavenly Dao and was Pangu's direct descendant. It could be said to be the natural lord of heaven and earth. How could the heavenly Dao allow such a person to exist? Therefore, the Emperor Star was destined to be unable to give birth to life. But now, an accident happened. Life was really born on the Emperor Star. Moreover, judging from its strength, it had been born for a long time. This was troublesome. The Emperor Star Lord was too extraordinary. Even Dao ancestor Hong Jun could not calculate his identity. He did not know how he was born. It was also because of this that Hong Jun did not discover the relationship between the Emperor Star Lord and Feng Zichen. After all, he could not calculate the relationship between the two of them. Sigh. The life born of the Emperor Star is really too noble. It's a natural celestial emperor. If it was born a few years earlier, the heavenly court would not have anything to do with Di Jun. Dao ancestor Hong Jun was very worried. It was fine if the living beings born of the Emperor Star did not have intelligence. However, once they were born with intelligence, they would have Zhouxing's luck. They would never die, nor would they be willing to be ordinary. The primordial world. It was getting more and more difficult to understand. Dao ancestor Hong Jun was at a loss. Ever since the Lady of Earth turned into reincarnation, the primordial world had completely changed. Even if he was the number one person in the primordial world, he could not see the direction of the primordial world clearly. Let's wait and see. Big Brother seems to be in trouble. Even though the Khanate Five Directions formation isolated everything, Tai Yi could still vaguely sense the anxiety in Di Jun's heart through the perception between the brothers. I have to break the formation as soon as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the demons. If the ancestral shamans suddenly came out of seclusion, the demons would be in danger. Bell of Chaos. After thinking this through, Tai Yi mobilized all the mana in his body and activated the Eastern Emperor Bell with all his might. Immediately, the images of the worshipping of the demons and Zhouxing on the bell wall began to slowly recede and turned into the color of chaos again. Bell of Chaos. When Pangu opened the sky, the bell of chaos that was used to suppress the earth, fire, water, and wind had finally reappeared in the world. Previously, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's cultivation level was unable to completely activate the power of the Bell of Chaos. Therefore, he turned the Bell of Chaos into the Eastern Emperor Bell in order to maximize the power of the Bell of Chaos. And now, Tai Yi had achieved the Dao and cultivated the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. The power of the Khanate Cardinal Treasure could be perfectly released in his hands. Therefore, the Bell of Chaos removed its disguise and revealed its true appearance. Chapter 488. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the Bell of Chaos, suppressing the earth, fire, water, wind, and boundless spacetime. The operation of the Khanate 5-direction formation suddenly stagnated and was frozen for a moment. It was at this moment that Tai Yi seized the opportunity and exploded. He continuously rang the Bell of Chaos, shattering the endless vacuum and breaking the Khanate 5-direction formation. Puff! The formation was broken, and the Khanate 5 elements sacred beast suffered a backlash. It could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. 5 seniors, your true bodies are not here. You can't stop me with just your incarnations. In that case, do you still want to fight? Standing in the void, Tai Yi looked at the 5 elements sacred beast who was vomiting blood and said indifferently. He had defeated an ancient overlord in his first battle. Even with Tai Yi's state of mind, he could not help but feel a little excited. This was back then. An existence that he had to look up to. Dominating the primordial world began from here. However, Tai Yi's excitement did not last long before it was interrupted by the Emperor Star in the sky. That's the Emperor Star. How did he come out? Looking at the Emperor Star in the sky, Tai Yi frowned deeply. The birth of the Emperor Star was not a good omen for the demon race. This meant that the position of Celestial Emperor was in danger of changing hands. The younger generation is indeed worthy. However, how can I not return the favor after receiving kindness from others? While Tai Yi was puzzled, the 5 elements sacred beast moved again. A raging fire suddenly ignited on ancestral Gragon's body, burning the void into nothingness. Boom! In the blink of an eye, ancestral Gragon's aura began to surge crazily, faintly showing signs of reaching the primordial chaos Dao realm. Unfortunately, that boundary was too difficult to cross. In the end, ancestral Gragon's strength stopped at the half-step primordial chaos Dao realm. This incarnation is still too weak. With everything I have, I can barely enter the half-step primordial chaos Dao realm. Ancestral Gragon said helplessly as he experienced the changes in his body. He burned his incarnation. He wanted to reach the primordial chaos Dao realm. However, the foundation of this incarnation was still too weak. It was far from being able to do that. Brother, don't worry. Let us lend you a hand. Seeing ancestral Gragon's actions, the other 4 sacred beasts also made a decision. They ignited their own origins and turned into a huge power that poured into ancestral Gragon's body. Roar! Amidst the dragon's roar, the strength of the ancestral dragon's incarnation took another step forward and entered the primordial chaos Dao realm. It was no less than the presence of his true self. Is it worth it? Seeing this, even Tai Yi was shocked. He did not understand what kind of favor could make the 5 elements sacred beasts help Feng Zichen at all costs. What they had to give up was freedom, which was the most important thing to them. Of course, Tai did not know that something like a divine Tao avatar could be formed at any time as long as there was an endless supply of incense and willpower. Thus, the 5 elements divine beasts didn't care whether the divine Tao was destroyed or not, because it wasn't important. The only thing that was a pity was the innate origin contained in the immortal Tao incarnation. It wasn't that easy to cultivate the divine Tao incarnation to the great circle of the quasi-saint realm. The next incarnation that was formed would not be as powerful. After stepping into the realm of primordial chaos, the body of the ancestral dragon incarnation underwent an astonishing change. A purple intent permeated his body, dyeing the azure dragon scales purple. The purple color of the great Tao. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon roar that shook the primordial world, a purple gold 9-clawed true dragon slowly appeared in front of Tai. Ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon that once dominated the primordial world had returned. An extremely domineering aura swept out and swept across the entire primordial world. All the creatures in the world reacted spontaneously and bowed to the ancestral dragon. All the beasts bowed to the canopy. The first lord of heaven and earth, the azure dragon. Roar, dragon roars sounded one after another. All living things in the world that were related to dragons were trembling as their bloodlines began to transforming into true dragons. Again. Looking at Tai, the ancestral dragon was full of fighting spirit. It had been a long time. It had been too long since he had fought. Boom. The ancestral dragon flicked his tail and opened a passage to the chaos beyond the heavens. He walked in. The primordial world was the battlefield of low-level cultivators. Daoist's battlefield was in the depths of the void. Primordial chaos Wuxia Xianxia's battlefield was in the chaos beyond the heavens. Only there could withstand the aftermath of their battle. The overlord of the previous era. I'm really looking forward to it. Haha. Amidst his loud laughter, Tai stepped into the chaos beyond the heavens. A great battle broke out. Of course, Tai also had his own pride. The ancestral dragon fought him bare-handed, so he would not take advantage of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, he did not use the Bell of Chaos in this battle. Go! With a wave of Tai's hand, he sent the Bell of Chaos to Dijun. At this time, 1/3 of the Earth Bear King's Khanate origin had been refined by Feng Zichen. The Khanate's 6 Harmonies Bell had also been restored to the ranks of a superior-grade Khanate spirit treasure. The power of the Chaos formation instantly increased, and the speed of refining the Earth Bear King also greatly increased. With this help, the 7th Khanate spirit treasure that formed the Chaos formation, the 7 Luminaries divine picture, gradually became corporeal. Everything was moving in a good direction. It seemed. The balance of victory was also tilting towards the human race. However, with the arrival of the Bell of Chaos, everything changed. The good situation was instantly reversed, and the human race was once again at a disadvantage. Quick, activate the Bell of Chaos with all your might. Dijun's reaction was extremely fast. When he saw the Bell of Chaos flying over, he directly combined the power of the heavenly cycle star formation and activated the Bell of Chaos with all his might. Dong dong dong, the Bell of Chaos vibrated slightly, suppressing the earth, fire, water, and wind. The mighty power of the major Kiliacosm space appeared and forced the Chaos bead back. The Bell of Chaos was one of the 3 great heaven-opening treasures. It contained 49 Khanate divine restrictions and was a top-grade Khanate merit cardinal treasure. As for the Chaos bead, although its quality was extremely high, it was only a middle-grade Khanate cardinal treasure and only had 47 Khanate divine restrictions. In terms of power, it was far from being able to contend with it. Naturally, it was difficult for it to withstand the power of the Bell of Chaos. Quick! Feeling the pressure, Feng Zichen and the others began to fight with all their might. They activated the cauldron of heaven and earth with all their might and strived to refine the Earth Bear King in the shortest time possible. Boom! Within the Chaos formation, the aura that belonged to the cauldron of heaven and earth slowly rose. It supported a corner of the sky and worked together with the Chaos bead to resist the Bell of Chaos. The chaos formation's collapse immediately slowed down. The two Khanate cardinal treasures worked together to barely resist the Bell of Chaos. However, the power required to maintain the two Khanate cardinal treasures was too enormous. With the strength of Feng Zichen and the others, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. And when their strength was exhausted, the human race would also reach the end. Everyone. I'm afraid the human race won't be able to hold on this time. Later, I'll detonate the chaos formation and fight the demons to the death. Seize the opportunity and quickly escape to Jinxiu Heaven. At this point, Feng Zichen could be said to have used all his trump cards and was at his wit's end. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.